Chapter 11:39. The reason Feng Qingyu had an unsightly expression on her face was because she noticed that the eye of the heaven Tao had locked onto her. The black bolt of divine lightning wasn't a huge threat to her. After all, she was a quasi-emperor. But she didn't understand why the eye of the heaven Tao attacked her. She felt that she'd never done anything that defied the heavens. Feng Qingyu didn't have the time to think. She immediately waved her hand about, and the multicolored ribbon in her grasp shot up into the sky towards the bolt of divine lightning. Yang Yi, who was about to attack, had instantly stopped when he saw her attack the divine lightning, and he gazed at Feng Qingyu with disbelief. He naturally knew why the eye of the heaven Tao hadn't left. Wasn't it obvious? It was definitely because the eye of the heaven Tao had sensed his aura. He could be said to be old enemies with the heaven Tao in the radiant dimension. So how could it possibly just leave upon noticing his presence? But he hadn't expected that Feng Qingyu would actually attack the divine lightning. Is she actually that kind to help me stop the divine lightning? But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure it out. Feng Qingyu was in combat with him, and they were extremely close. So, when the eye of the heaven Tao targeted him, it had definitely unconsciously included Feng Qingyu as well. After that, Feng Qingyu would have thought that the eye of the heaven Tao was targeting her. After all, how could anyone consider that the eye of the heaven Tao would target a half-saint? A slight smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he thought up to this point, and he moved backwards slightly. However, he didn't go too far or seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, because it wasn't a suitable moment. Even though Feng Qingyu was fighting against the eye of the heaven Tao, Yang Yi knew that she was vigilant against him at all times. It wasn't just Feng Qingyu. Emotion and the others' aura were locked onto him as well, and they would definitely attack him if he tried to attack Feng Qingyu. In any case, a surprise attack wouldn't work. So, he just moved aside and watched Feng Qingyu fight the eye of the heaven Tao in single combat. Bang! The black bolt of divine lightning was obliterated by a single attack from Feng Qingyu. Meanwhile, the eye of the heaven Tao seemed to be furious, and it directly locked onto Feng Qingyu before another bolt of black divine lightning shot out from it. This time, the divine lightning was more than 5 times larger than before, and it was many times stronger as well. Feng Qingyu's pupils constricted slightly at the sight of this, and her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. What's wrong with the eye of the heaven Tao? It wasn't just her. Everyone else in the surroundings was looking at the eye of the heaven Tao with bewilderment. However, it didn't take long for them to gaze at Feng Qingyu, and even Emotion's group was looking at her. What crimes has she committed to actually make the eye of the heaven Tao target her? That was what everyone, including Emotion's group, thought. Because the eye of the heaven Tao usually didn't target someone for no reason. At the very least, they'd never heard of the eye of the heaven Tao targeting someone for no reason. Emotion and the others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Because the eye of the heaven Tao was targeting Feng Qingyu, so how could they crush White Deer Academy now? Of course, they could disregard Feng Qingyu. However, if the eye of the heaven Tao couldn't kill Feng Qingyu, then the situation would definitely grow even more severe. At that time, the entire White Deer dimension would be affected. The thing which he was worried about the most was that if attacking White Deer Academy would draw the attention of the eye of the heaven Tao, at that time, they would truly be in trouble. Because of the actions of the eye of the heaven Tao, the irreconcilable battle between them had suddenly stopped. Both sides were looking at Feng Qingyu and the eye of the heaven Tao instead. No one dared to attack until the eye of the heaven Tao left. Bang! 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 They watched as Feng Qingyu obliterated numerous bolts of black divine lightning in succession. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu's expression grew more and more unsightly. Because even until now, she still didn't know why the eye of the heaven Tao was targeting her. Meanwhile, Emotion couldn't help but ask, Sect Master Feng, what exactly have you done to actually make the eye of the heaven Tao target you? Feng Qingyu spoke with a gloomy expression on her face. I'd like to know the answer to that as well. Have you really not done anything that would incur heaven's wrath? Emotion was quite doubtful. Indeed, if Feng Qingyu hadn't done anything which defied the heavens, then how could the eye of the heaven Tao have possibly targeted her? After all, the eye of the heaven Tao wasn't one to attack for no reason. because the radiant dimension would have fallen into chaos if the Eye of the Heaven Tao acted as it pleased. Feng Qingyu was furious. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Emotion's face fell. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Sect Master Feng, can you lead the Eye of the Heaven Tao away? Presently, the army in White Deer City was weak. Thus, so long as the Eye of the Heaven Tao left, then they wouldn't have to use much strength to crush White Deer Academy. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Emotion. Because if Feng Qingyu left, then he felt that the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely abandon her and target him. He was very confident in that outcome, because Feng Qingyu could only be considered to have infuriated the Eye of the Heaven Tao, but he was a sinner of this dimension. No one knew about it because of the black scarf that Lady had given him, but he was certain that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was definitely aware. Or perhaps his presence made the Eye of the Heaven Tao feel extremely displeased. Feng Qingyu pondered deeply for an instant, and then she nodded. Even though she was really annoyed, she knew that she had to consider the overall situation here. Moreover, her desire for White Deer Academy's destruction was greater than Emotion. Feng Qingyu didn't hesitate a moment longer, and she shot towards the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure suddenly shot off behind her. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely abandon her if he didn't go with her. However, Li Leaguai suddenly obstructed Yang Ye's path and said, Yang Yi, you should just be good and stay here. They wouldn't naturally not allow Yang Yi to leave. Regardless of whether it was the Emo clan, the Law faction, or the Thousand Crane sect, they had another main objective besides destroying White Deer Academy, and it was to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Li Leaguai, and then he shrugged. Then he'll stay here. Li Leaguai laughed coldly. Yang Yi, have you thought about how you intend to let it end? If you haven't, then allow me. Don't worry, I've thought of a few thousand ways to kill you, and it'll definitely satisfy you. Yang Yi wasn't interested in wasting his breath on Li Leaguai. He just glanced at the surroundings and tightened his grip on the ancient sheath. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu had arrived over 20 kilometers away, and then Eye of the Heaven Tao pursued her there. Emotion and the others heaved slight sighs of relief when they saw it leave with her. But they were just about to attack when they noticed to their astonishment that the Eye of the Heaven Tao had suddenly come back. It had come back. Everyone here was stunned. Even Feng Qingyu was stunned. What exactly is it doing? Emotion and the others here gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao as well. What exactly is it trying to do? Or perhaps it has really gone mad and is doing as it pleases. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and Li Leaguai. Everyone here was stunned again when they witnessed this scene. It's going to target Li Leaguai now? Li Leaguai? Li Leaguai was quite stunned as well. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is actually targeting me? Emotion's brows were pressed tightly together, and he glanced at Li Leaguai with bewilderment. Did that bastard do something that defied the heavens as well? No one had considered that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting Yang Yi. Why? Because Yang Yi was only a half-saint. No one felt that it would target a half-saint. Normally, only existences at the saint realm or quasi-emperors would draw the attention of the Eye of the Heaven Tao, because only such experts were a threat to it. As for those below the saint realm, wouldn't the Eye of the Heaven Tao be too weak if even half-saints were a threat to it? Because of Yang Ye's cultivation, everyone here had unconsciously overlooked him. Bang! A bolt of pitch-black divine lightning suddenly shot out from the Eye of the Heaven Tao. As expected, it shot down straight at Yang Yi and Li Leaguai. This time, it was over 500 m thick, and a terrifying wave of pressure rained down alongside it. It was the pressure from the true might of the heavens and the earth. While it wasn't as strong as the aura of an emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. Li Leaguai's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao and roared furiously, "What's wrong with you?" Even though he was cursing, he didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately slapped his palm upwards, and an energy palm flashed up and slammed against the divine lightning. Bang! The energy palm and divine lightning collided, and then a loud explosion resounded through the sky. However, only a moment passed before another bolt of lightning, which was even larger than the previous one, appeared in the sky. This time, its target was still Lileagui. Lileagui's expression grew extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Everyone, see that? Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed at Lileagui and roared furiously, see that? The Heaven Dao refuses to tolerate their attack on our White Deer Academy, and that's why heavenly wrath has descended to punish them. Everyone here was stunned, especially the members of White Deer Academy. They blinked their eyes as they gazed at the eye of the Heaven Dao. Do the heavens really refuse to tolerate their attack on our academy? Is the Heaven Dao here to help us? Even though many were still bewildered, even more believed it. So, some immediately roared, the Heaven Dao doesn't allow it. Emo Clan, Thousand Crane Sect, and the Law Faction. Your attack on our academy is in defiance of the heavens. Quickly surrender yourselves. Defiance of the heavens. Emo Clan, Thousand Crane Sect, Law Faction. Do you see that? Even the heavens can't bear to watch what all of you are doing. You're defying the heavens. You'll be obliterated if you don't surrender right now. Xiao Bieli gazed at the eye of the Heaven Dao as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Has the eye of the Heaven Dao really come to help my academy? As for the experts from the Emo Clan, Thousand Crane Sect, and Law Faction, they exchanged glances with each other. Besides shock, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. After all, they didn't dare to act in defiance of the heavens. Yang Yi, that's bullshit. Meanwhile, Emo Tian roared furiously, defiance of the heavens? How laughable. What do you think White Deer Academy is? Why would the Heaven Dao assist it? You think too highly of White Deer Academy. Yang Yi laughed coldly. You don't believe it? Then how about I prove it? Go on. Prove it. If you can't prove it, then I'll kill you myself. Emo Tian spoke fiercely. He naturally didn't believe Yang Yi's nonsense. As far as he was concerned, everything Yang Yi said was bullshit. Yang Yi's figure flashed over to Emo Tian, and then he pointed at Emo Tian and spoke furiously, he's the main culprit. Heavens! Smite him. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, the eye of the Heaven Dao suddenly released another bolt of black divine lightning, and then the eyes of everyone in the surroundings opened wide. Because the bolt of divine lightning actually wasn't shot at Lileagui, and it was descending towards Emo Tian instead. Everyone here was at a loss for words. Emo Tian's eyes were opened wide as well, and even his mouth was opened wide while disbelief and a trace of bewilderment could be seen in his eyes. Chapter 1140. It wasn't just Emo Tian who had such a reaction. At this moment, all the experts from the Emo Clan, Thousand Crane Sect, and the Law Faction were looking at the eye of the Heaven Dao with disbelief. Are our actions really in defiance of the heavens? It's not tolerated by the heavens? At this moment, such thoughts which they felt were quite absurd had appeared in their minds. Why did they feel that it was quite absurd? Because what was White Deer Academy? It was nothing. So, how could the eye of the Heaven Dao step forward for it and even send down its wrath for White Deer Academy? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. If White Deer Academy was protected by the Heaven Dao, then would anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture dare to act against it? But how could that be possible? How could the eye of the Heaven Dao possibly protect White Deer Academy? What made White Deer Academy so special? All of them refused to believe that they were acting in defiance of the heavens, and they refused to believe that the eye of the Heaven Dao would protect White Deer Academy. However, the facts of the situation were that the eye of the Heaven Dao had actually attacked Emo Tian. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly shot a glance at Xiao Bieli and the others. Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he immediately came to an understanding. He immediately ordered everyone from White Deer Academy to consume violet crystals and recover their profound energy. Even though they didn't have enough time, it was better than having no profound energy at all and being at the mercy of others. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he suddenly pointed at the experts from the Emo Clan, Thousand Crane Sect, and Law Faction. He roared furiously, see that? Your actions are in defiance of the heavens, and it isn't tolerated by the heavens. Now, if you quickly put down your weapons and surrender, then perhaps you'll still have a chance to survive. If you resist the Heaven Dao, then you should know what the consequences of that are, right? He was naturally not foolish enough to think that just this would be enough to trick Emo Tian and the others. The important matter at hand was to try his best to delay them and buy time for White Deer Academy. Resist the Heaven Tao? Their expressions changed when they heard Yang Yi. Even though countless people throughout the spirit dimension were constantly shouting about defying the heavens, how many actually dared to do so? After all, if one acted in defiance of the heavens, then one didn't just have to face the eye of the Heaven Tao, one had to face the guardians of the radiant dimension. The guardians? Not to mention the Mo clan, even the Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, and the other extraordinary powers which remained in hiding didn't dare to rashly offend the guardians of the radiant dimension. At this moment, fear had arisen in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, Emotion was fighting against the eye of the Heaven Tao. But the expression on his face was just like the expression Feng Qingyu and Li Leaguai had earlier. His face was covered in disbelief, extreme disbelief. Why would the eye of the Heaven Tao target me? Why? Why would it? At this moment, Emotion and the others on his side weren't able to figure it out. Kill. Suddenly, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the sword servants at the high rank of the Saint Realm immediately charged at the enemy, while Yang Yi followed closely behind Emotion. In Yang Yi's opinion, this moment was the best moment to act, because the morale of the Emo clan, the Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction's experts were at rock bottom, and they were completely muddled. So, attacking now would yield twice the results. As soon as Yang Yi launched the attack, Zinan and the others who were on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle immediately attacked as well. However, they didn't charge into the city, and they utilized the formations on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle instead. Beam after beam shot out from the Cloud Shuttle towards the experts of the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction that were attacking the city. The experts of the Academy didn't stand by idly as well, and those who could still fight immediately attacked as well. The battle erupted once more. Perhaps it was because of the eye of the Heaven Tao, but the imposing aura of the absolutely weaker side, White Deer Academy, was actually much stronger than the aura emanated by the forces from the Thousand Crane sect, Emo clan, and Law faction. At this moment, an endless will to fight surged within their hearts, because the eye of the Heaven Tao was on their side, and the experts of the Emo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect were acting in defiance of the heaven's will. So, White Deer Academy was upholding justice on behalf of the heavens by killing them. Uphold justice for the heavens. Countless students roared in unison. The morale of the experts from the Mo clan and the other powers immediately weakened further when they heard those words. As far as they were concerned, the eye of the Heaven Tao in the sky was here to kill them. So, not only was their aura weaker when they fought, they were worried and vigilant against the eye of the Heaven Tao. Meanwhile, the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan intended to join the battle, but Yang Yi suddenly appeared before one of them, and then he pointed at that quasi-emperor. He's one of the accomplices. Smite him. That quasi-emperor was slightly shocked. A moment later, a bolt of pitch-black divine lightning descended towards him and Yang Yi. Even with his level of mental strength, he couldn't help but be horrified when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes as he gazed at the descending divine lightning. Are we really acting in defiance of the heavens? Even though he was bewildered, he wouldn't just stand there like a fool and wait for death to arrive. So, he attacked decisively. When he saw the quasi-emperor attack and offend the eye of the Heaven Tao, Yang Yi paid no further attention to that quasi-emperor. He ran over to another quasi-emperor instead, and then he pointed at that quasi-emperor. This fellow is an accomplice as well. Quickly smite him. Fucking smite him to death. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, another bolt of pitch-black divine lightning descended. At this moment, the eyes of many students from White Deer Academy were filled with admiration as they gazed at Yang Yi. After all, the eye of the Heaven Tao struck anyone who Yang Yi pointed at. That was absolutely awe-inspiring. Yang Yi was absolutely striking right now, because wherever he went and whoever he pointed at, the eye of the Heaven Tao would strike that person. So, the quasi-emperors here were quite afraid of him. Of course, they were even more bewildered about why the eye of the Heaven Tao struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. The slaughter was still going on in the surroundings. Yang Yi had practically kept all the quasi-emperors busy on his own. At this moment, He was constantly running around between the quasi-emperors. Moreover, the eye of the heaven Tao seemed to have grown furious, and the divine lightning it shot down was growing thicker and quicker. So, the area around Yang Yi and those quasi-emperors was practically filled with lightning. In the end, the eye of the heaven Tao was practically attacking everyone in that area. Emotion and the others were being kept busy by the eye of the heaven Tao because of Yang Yi. As for the experts from the Mo clan, Law faction, and the Thousand Crane sect, they were suffering heavy losses from the attacks from beam cannons on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. So, a strange scene had appeared here. It was clearly White Deer Academy's forces that were weak and on the verge of defeat, but they were completely suppressing the experts of the Mo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect. Moreover, they grew stronger and excited as the battle progressed. It was like the experts from the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction were the army that was weak and on the verge of defeat instead. Kill Yang Yi first. Meanwhile, Emotion's furious voice suddenly resounded. He was already feeling extremely aggrieved by the fact that the eye of the heaven Tao was targeting him, yet he had also had to watch Yang Yi move about freely. The most aggrieving part was that the eye of the heaven Tao struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. Even though he didn't understand why, he knew that he had to get rid of Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was acting too haughtily. As soon as they heard Emotion, the experts of the Mo clan didn't show a trace of hesitation. They immediately destroyed the divine lightning that was descending towards them, and then they attacked Yang Yi right away. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. He couldn't resist the joint forces of 8 quasi-emperors, but he couldn't run as well, because he would be exposed as soon as he did that. After all, the eye of the heaven Tao would definitely follow him. So, he could only go head-on against them. But how could he go head-on against 8 quasi-emperors? Right when Yang Yi was about to utilize stellar energy to go head-on against them, Xiao Bieli suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Emotion and the others' expressions instantly changed when they saw Xiao Bieli, and they immediately stopped. If they were to fight a quasi-emperor now, then it wouldn't just be black divine lightning but violet divine lightning that descended towards them. Once violet divine lightning descended, then they would all be finished. Fighting a quasi-emperor wouldn't be a problem at any other time, but the eye of the heaven Tao was right above them now. Moreover, it seemed like it had gone mad, so they didn't dare risk it because it might just go crazy and send down a rain of violet divine lightning. After all, even emperors couldn't resist violet divine lightning. Bang, 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 bang. Pitch black divine lightning was descending incessantly from the sky, and endless pressure of the heavens and the earth was raining down as well. The entire White Deer dimension was trembling before it. At this moment, countless powers and experts throughout the Central Divine Prefecture were watching White Deer dimension. They were curious. All of them were curious about why the Eye of the Heaven Tao was there and why it was attacking Emotion's group. As for the experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction, they grew even more aggrieved. Because even until now, they still didn't know how exactly they'd offended the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Fools! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded in the sky, and then a hand which blotted out the sky swept through the air. In next to no time, all the descending black divine lightning were obliterated. In next to no time, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe had appeared in the sky. Patriarch! Emotion and the other experts of the Mo clan were shocked when they saw the middle-aged man, and then they hurriedly bowed to him. Even Emotion was no exception. As for Xiao Bieli, his face was unsightly. Emo Qingfeng, the Mo clan's patriarch. Emo Qingfeng's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then he said, "Everyone retreat." How could the experts of the Mo clan dare to disobey him? So, they immediately moved aside. Yang Yi intended to go after them, but Emo Qingfeng suddenly stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Yi. The space around Yang Yi instantly started to compact upon itself in layers, and it trapped Yang Yi there. Meanwhile, Emo Qingfeng's figure flashed over to the side. Rumble. Countless bolts of divine lightning rained down from above. This time, everyone was stunned on the spot again, because those bolts of pitch-black divine lightning were descending towards Yang Yi. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is targeting Yang Yi. At this moment, Everyone finally came to an understanding. Pooh, pooh. After they understood what had happened, Emotion and the other quasi-emperors were instantly infuriated to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 11:41. The grievance and hatred that Emotion and the others felt right now was simply impossible to describe with words. From the very beginning, the Eye of the Heaven Tao had been targeting Yang Yi and not them. The divine lightning had only enveloped them within its scope of attack because they were very close to Yang Yi. That had been the reason why they'd mistakenly thought that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting them and had stopped the divine lightning from descending. The result of that was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao became infuriated by their actions and started targeting them as well. At this moment, many naturally understood why the Eye of the Heaven Tao had struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. It wasn't because Head pointed at them, it was because he was there, and the Eye of the Heaven Tao would strike the place he stood. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting Yang Yi, yet they'd stopped the divine lightning from descending. As far as the Eye of the Heaven Tao was concerned, they were naturally accomplices of Yang Yes. Moreover, besides obstructing heavenly wrath, it was a form of offense towards the Eye of the Heaven Tao. So, it would naturally attack them. In other words, they had been helping Yang Yi stop the wrath of the heavens from the very beginning. When they thought up to this point, Emotion, Feng Qingyu, Li Leiguai, and the other quasi-emperors seemed so unsightly it was like they'd been forced to eat 10 kilograms of shit. Stupid. They'd been truly stupid. At this moment, even they couldn't help but curse at themselves. After all, 8 dignified quasi-emperors had actually been played by a half-saint. So, weren't they stupid? Emotion and the others immediately gazed at Yang Yi. If their gazes could kill, then Yang Yi would have been transformed into ash by now. When they saw the divine lightning descending towards Yang Yi, Xiao Bieli and the others were utterly stunned. They'd never imagined that the Eye of the Heaven Tao would actually target Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was just a half-saint. So, why was the Eye of the Heaven Tao targeting him? Yang Yi's gaze was calm as he watched the divine lightning rain down towards him. Head fought the Eye of the Heaven Tao on so many occasions, so he was used to it. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up from within him, and the compacted space around him was instantly blasted apart. However, it was repaired in an instant. Yang Yi's palm moved slightly as a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, countless strands of blood-red sword energy shot up into the sky towards those bolts of divine lightning. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded in the sky, and it didn't take long for the black divine lightning and blood-red sword energy to disperse in the air. Yang Yi paid no attention to the Eye of the Heavens Tao, and he gazed at Zinan, who was standing on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle instead. He pointed his sword at the quasi-emperors of the Emo clan and said, Blast them with everything you have. Use all the violet crystals and attack them with everything. Ask the Dean to compensate you once the battle is over. As he spoke, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Bieli and said, Old man Xiao, can you keep that fellow busy? Xiao Bieli looked up at Emo Qingfeng, and then he said, I have to do it no matter what. As he spoke, his figure shot up into the air towards Emo Qingfeng. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling glanced at Xiao Bieli, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly said, Senior Xiao Ling, you go and help the Dean. I can deal with the enemies here. Xiao Ling gazed at Yang Yi. Really? I won't do something that is beyond my ability. Yang Yi continued, quickly head over and help him. He's injured, so he'll definitely not be a match for the Emo clan's patriarch while he's on his own. Be careful. As soon as Xiao Ling finished speaking, her figure flashed into the sky. It didn't take long for rumbling to resound from high above. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded once more in the sky. Students of White Deer Academy, hear me. All of you who can still fight, activate the formations right now. Attack all of the remaining high-rank saints with everything you have. Hit them with everything you've got. Don't care about your violet crystals, just get the Dean to compensate you after the battle is over. As for those without the strength to fight, retreat to Ascension Mountain and recover your profound energy. Do it right now. As soon as they heard Yang Yi, they didn't hesitate to do as Head said. Those who could still fight immediately activated the formations to resist the remaining high-rank saints of the Emo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect, because many had been slaughtered by them just now during the confusion. Besides that, there were those 100 high-rank Saint Realm sword servants of Yang Yes. No, there were actually only a little over 70 left. No matter what, the pressure those students faced was comparatively lighter now. The Eye of the Heaven Tao was still sending down divine lightning without end, but they didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Yi. At the very most, they were just extremely troublesome. Of course, that was only temporary, because their might was increasing successively, and even he would find them difficult to resist in a while. Emotion ridiculed. Yang Yi, what? You intend to fight 6 of us quasi-emperors by yourself? The reason it was 6 was that 2 had been forcefully locked in combat with the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Of course, Zinan and the others were in pain because they were using violet crystals to accomplish that. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he shouted loudly, "Save me!" Save you? The corners of Emotion and the others' mouths twitched when they heard Yang Yi. He's calling for help? Has he gone mad? Zinan and the other students heard Yang Yi as well, and they almost fell straight to the ground. He's calling for help? They'd thought that Yang Yi definitely had some sort of trump card, but they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually call for help. Would anyone help White Deer Academy at a time like this? Emotion and the others' faces were covered in ridicule. Yang Yi, I really admire your intelligence. Go on, shout a few more times. Let me see who will come to see you. Let me see who would dare to save you. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Give me a little face and show yourself. No one appeared. The ridicule on Emotion and the others' faces grew clearer. Meanwhile, Emotion said, Yang Yi, I thought you were an extraordinary figure, but now it would seem like you're just a clown. No one will come to save White Deer Academy, and no one would dare to do so as well. Would anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture dare to not give my Emo clan face? Is that due? Suddenly, a female voice resounded, and then 2 women appeared here. One of them wore linen clothes, had bare feet, and had a pitch-black iron chain coiled around her. The other wore a pure white dress, seemed gentle and quiet, and had a fox in her arms. Emotion and the others frowned upon seeing these women, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. The members of the Nether Pavilion were elusive and rare showed themselves in public. So, it wasn't surprising that Emotion's group didn't recognize Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw them. Head sensed Nether Maiden's aura, but he hadn't expected that Oblivion Maiden would have come as well. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it, and he seized the moment while his blood-red sword energy shot into the air to flash over to their side. Yang Yes' gaze descended onto Nether Maiden, and then he grinned, long time no see. After that, he gazed at Oblivion Maiden. Tisk, Tiske, how quick. You're already a mid-grade saint. It seemed like both of them were extremely good friends. Oblivion Maiden raised her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she lowered her head and petted the fox in her arms. Had been ignored. Yang Yi didn't feel embarrassed at all, and he just smiled before pulling Nether Maiden aside. What's she doing here? He wasn't really surprised that Nether Maiden was here. After all, she would have definitely been aware of it after he caused such a huge commotion in the Central Divine Prefecture, and based on her character, she would have definitely come. He wasn't trying to flatter himself, because he would definitely head over immediately if Nether Maiden was in trouble. In his heart, she was his friend, and he believed that she thought the same of him. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, Do you think that it's possible to turn this situation around with just my strength? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were 8 quasi-emperors here. If Nether Maiden had come alone, then it really wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, there were too many enemies. Yang Yi laughed with embarrassment and said, Why is she helping you? After all, he hadn't forgotten that had almost taken Oblivion Maiden down with him that day. Even if she didn't hold a grudge against him, she wouldn't come to help him. Nether Maiden spoke indifferently. She owes me a favor, so she's repaying it now. Yang Yi asked, Does the Nether Pavilion know that you're here? Nether Maiden shook her head lightly. Yang Yi was quite worried about it. Would they punish you for interfering in this matter? Nether Maiden glanced at him and said, No one will. Yang Yi was about to say something. Meanwhile, Emotion spoke abruptly. May I know who you are? He was no fool. Since they dared to come here, it proved that they weren't afraid of his Emo clan at all. Or perhaps they possessed the strength to be here. Nether Maiden paid no attention to Emotion, and she just gazed at Yang Yi. You should just join us once this is over. Yang Yi was stunned. Why? Forget it. It's better if you don't. Nether Maiden continued. We probably won't have any peace if you do. Since she met Yang Yi, his trouble had been never-ending. Moreover, the trouble he faced constantly grew greater and greater. Actually, she really wanted to ask him how he'd been able to survive until now. After all, while the members of her nether pavilions were considered to be extremely arrogant, they really kept quite a low profile when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he said, Just accept your fate. It's your fault for being friends with me. The corners of Nether Maiden's mouth twitched, and then she gazed at him and said, Your skin hasn't just grown thicker in these years. You've learned to be shameless as well. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Enough. Meanwhile, Emotion suddenly roared with fury. No matter who you are or what your background is, seize the moment before I change my mind to fuck off right now. Otherwise, it'll make living worse than death for you. As Emotion roared with fury, the fox in Oblivion Maiden's arms suddenly moved a little. Oblivion Maiden hurriedly patted the fox when she witnessed this scene, and it took quite a while before the fox finally calmed down and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly looked up at Emotion, and her gaze was icy cold. There was ridicule on the corners of Emotion's mouth as he gazed at her. After all, she was just a mid-grade saint, and he could take on 100 experts at that realm of cultivation. Bang! Meanwhile, a bolt of black divine lightning which was almost 1 kilometer long descended from the sky, and it immediately descended towards Yang Yi's position. Oblivion Maiden suddenly looked up at the divine lightning, and then it actually started to disintegrate bit by bit under her gaze. In less than a breath of time, the bolt of divine lightning had been completely disintegrated. The expressions of all the others here changed drastically at the sight of this. As for Emotion, had even thought of something, and his face had instantly turned ghastly pale. He pointed a finger at Oblivion Maiden and spoke with a trembling tone. You're one of the Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion. Chapter 1142. The Nether Pavilion. The weight that name carried wasn't light at all, and it could be said to be very heavy. At the very least, besides the guardians of the Radiant Dimension, there was no other power that dared to openly offend the Nether Pavilion. Even the evil faction and those extraordinary powers that stayed hidden didn't dare to openly go against the Nether Pavilion. As for the 4 great clans, unless all 4 of them joined forces, they didn't dare rashly offend that mysterious power as well. No one knew who the Pavilion Master of the Nether Pavilion was, and no one knew how strong the Pavilion Master was. However, they knew how strong its Hall Masters were. The Nether Pavilion had 10 halls, and every hall represented a Hall Master. Every one of these Hall Masters was an extremely heaven-defying genius. Even though those Hall Masters hadn't ranked themselves on the martial rankings, no one dared to doubt their strength. Some had even estimated that if the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion tried to ascend the martial rankings, then at least 5 out of the top 10 positions would belong to them. There were even some who estimated that the Nether Pavilion's strength could actually compare to a Titanium rank power. But it was just an estimation because there was just one Titanium rank power in the Radiant Dimension, and it was the Guardians of the Dimension. Even then, it was obvious how terrifying the Nether Pavilion's strength was. Once they realized that Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden were from the Nether Pavilion, Emotion and the others had turned pale, and their voice even trembled. As quasi-emperors, they definitely possessed sufficient courage and mental strength. However, only those at their level would know how terrifying the Nether Pavilion was. The strength of every single Hall Master definitely far surpassed quasi-emperors. It was even to the extent that they could compare to emperors. Perhaps there were even those who were more terrifying than emperors. How does he know the Nether Pavilion? Emotion and the others' faces were unsightly to the extreme. No one dared to attack. The experts of the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had stopped attacking. Because they didn't dare to continue fighting until they figured out what was going on. Because they were afraid that it would make them enter into battle with the Nether Pavilion. Even though the Emo clan was confident and cared about its honor, it wasn't stupid. If it fought the Nether Pavilion, then White Deer Academy's fate was the best example of their future. Since the Emo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect's experts had stopped attacking, the students of White Deer Academy stopped as well. But they didn't waste their time, and they withdrew violet crystals and started to recover their profound energy. After all, time was the most precious to them right now. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Emo Qingfeng, Xiao Bieli, and Xiao Ling appeared in the sky. Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling's faces were pale as a sheet, and there was a striking trace of blood on the corner of their mouths. Obviously, they'd lost. After all, they'd exhausted too much of their profound energy to summon that Emperor of White Deer Academy. So, how could they be a match for Emo Qingfeng, who was still in his prime right now? Emo Qingfeng paid no attention to Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling. His gaze descended onto Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden, and he gazed at them for a short while before he said, "There isn't any enmity between my Emo clan and the Nether Pavilion, right?" Nether Maiden replied, "There is none." Emo Qingfeng said, "Then why are you interfering in this? Could it be that it isn't Nether Pavilion's intention and you're just representing yourselves?" Nether Maiden replied with a question, "Why don't you give it a guess?" Emo Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his hands that were kept behind his back. A short while passed before he said, "There has never been enmity between my Emo clan and the Nether Pavilion, and my Emo clan has never done anything that has offended the Nether Pavilion. Isn't it not right for both of you to interfere in my Emo clan's business with White Deer Academy?" Nether Maiden looked up at Emo Qingfeng and said, "Yang Yi and White Deer Academy are friends with us. So, just let this matter rest. All right? Let it rest." Emo Qingfeng's face was icy cold. "Yang Yi killed my Emo clan's Emo Yuntian and a quasi-emperor of my Emo clan. Yet you want me to let the matter rest?" He couldn't do that, of course. If he did, wouldn't everything the Emo clan sacrificed have been done so in vain? Moreover, where would the Emo clan put its face once word of it spread? 2 hall masters of the Nether Pavilion scared away the Emo clan's forces. At that time, the Emo clan would be the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture, and it would be impossible for them to ever hold their heads up high again. Nether Maiden waved her hand, and the iron chains around her had appeared in her grasp. She looked up at Emo Qingfeng and said, "Then let's fight. Then let's fight." Her voice was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout White Deer Dimension. At this moment, everyone understood how arrogant and domineering the Nether Pavilion was. Will they fight or not? Everyone was looking at Emo Qingfeng. They wondered if the Emo clan would dare to fight when facing a hall master of the Nether Pavilion. Regardless of what the Emo clan's decision was, the Nether Pavilion's arrival had undoubtedly given White Deer Academy hope. Even though they didn't know how Yang Yi knew the Nether Pavilion's experts, it wasn't important to them. The only important thing to them was that the Nether Pavilion's experts were standing on White Deer Academy's side. Just that was enough. Emo Qingfeng clenched his fists slowly while he stared fixedly at Nether Maiden. A short while passed before he said, "Rumors throughout the Central Divine Prefecture have always said that the hall masters of the Nether Pavilion are peerless. I really want to experience it for myself. Since I have the fortune to meet both of you today, please do provide me with your guidance." He naturally chose to fight them. It wasn't just related to the Emo clan's interests. It was related to the Emo clan's reputation. If he chose not to fight, then it would severely affect the Emo clan's reputation. Of course, if Nether Maiden was representing the Nether Pavilion when she spoke those words, then he would definitely not dare to agree in such a rash manner. Unfortunately, according to his inference, she was representing herself and not the entire Nether Pavilion. So long as he didn't kill her, then no enmity would be formed between his Emo clan and the Nether Pavilion. Or it should be said that so long as he kept both of them busy, then Emotion and the others could crush White Deer Academy. Both of us? Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. Just one of us is enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot up into the air towards Emo Qingfeng. Emo Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet there wasn't any disdain within his eyes. There was only seriousness and solemnness in them. Even though his cultivation was an entire realm above Nether Maiden, how could he dare to act carelessly? She was a hall master of the Nether Pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. In next to no time, numerous explosions resounded in the sky. Nether Maiden hadn't chosen to enter a pocket of space, so Emo Qingfeng naturally had no choice but to fight her right here. As soon as they fought, the sky shook violently, space shattered, and spirit energy dispersed. The eye of the heaven Dao in the sky instantly locked onto Nether Maiden and Emo Qingfeng, and then numerous bolts of pitch-black divine lightning shot down incessantly towards them. Kill. Meanwhile, Emo Tian roared furiously, and he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. The other quasi-emperors of the Emo clan attacked decisively as well. All of them were targeting Yang Yi. For quasi-emperors. As for Feng Qingyu and Li Leaguai, they charged at Xiaobieli and Xiaoling instead. Yang Yi moved to Oblivion Maiden's side and asked, "How many are you going to fight?" Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "They're all yours." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 11:43. Bang! A crystal blue pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and entered Yang Yi. In an instant, his body turned crystal blue. Slash! Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly slammed against Emo Tian, who led the attack against him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Emo Tian was blasted over 500 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it horizontally. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot out, and the other three quasi-emperors who had just arrived in front of him were blasted over 500 m back as well. After he blasted them back, Yang Yi hurriedly turned around and gazed at Oblivion Maiden. "Quickly help me!" Oblivion Maiden glanced at him and remained silent. Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure charged at Emo Tian's group of 4. He was fighting 4 quasi-emperors on his own. That was what it was if one intended to make it sound nicer, but to be frank, he was just being beaten up by 4 quasi-emperors. Emo Tian and the others were old geezers who'd lived for countless years. Regardless of whether it was their combat instinct or every other aspect, they were much superior to Yang Yi. So, Yang Yi was completely suppressed since the battle began. If he didn't possess the final version of the Stellar Ward technique, then he would have absolutely been unable to hold on for more than 3 breaths of time. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden's voice suddenly resounded from above. "Lend him a hand." Oblivion Maiden pondered deeply for an instant, and then she suddenly raised her head and gazed at a quasi-emperor of the Emo clan. After that, she stretched her right hand forward. In an instant, the space in front of her was instantly disintegrated, and only took an instant for it to disintegrate all the way to that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor who was besieging Yang Yi was astounded by this scene, and he hurriedly slapped his palm forward. However, his palm had just shot forward when it started to be disintegrated as well. That quasi-emperor was horrified by this scene. Meanwhile, Emo Tian acted decisively, and he waved his palm like a blade and severed that quasi-emperor's arm. Emo Tian's group didn't dare to continue attacking. They gazed at Oblivion Maiden with vigilance because her attack was too mysterious. Reverse. Suddenly, Nether Maiden's voice resounded in the sky, and then the entire sky turned black. A long time passed before the sky returned to normal again. After that, Nether Maiden appeared by Oblivion Maiden's side. As for Emo Qingfeng, had appeared by Emo Tian and the other side as well. But they noticed that Emo Qingfeng's arms were gone. Emo Qingfeng had lost. The Nether Pavilion is great indeed. Emo Qingfeng gazed at Nether Maiden and said, "I can be considered to have experienced the Nether Pavilion's strength today. Let me ask you one last time, will both of you leave or not?" Nether Maiden replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Emo Qingfeng nodded lightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. A scroll appeared before him, and then it transformed into a beam of light that shot into the sky. In next to no time, the scroll transformed into 3 black doors that floated in the sky. Nether Maiden frowned. The treaty between clans. Yang Yi was puzzled. What treaty? Nether Maiden explained. The treaty between clans is a treaty between the 4 great clans. It's a treaty formed because of my Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, and some powers that remain hidden. So long as they enter into conflict with one of us, then the 4 clans would immediately activate the treaty. Because any one of their clans are unable to resist my Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, or those powers that remain hidden in the dimension. Yang Yi asked, in other words, we have to face all 4 clans now? Nether Maiden nodded. I never expected that the ones to utilize the treaty would be your Mo clan. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the door on the left, and then a white-haired old man and 7 other old men walked out from within it. All of them had a tiny character embroidered on their clothes. Obviously, they were from the Lu clan. 8 quasi-emperors. I never expected it as well. Meanwhile, another voice resounded from the door on the right, and then a middle-aged man who held a book that was made from symbols walked out from within it. There were 7 old men behind him as well. All of them were quasi-emperors. Once the 8 of them arrived here, the middle-aged man who led the group suddenly shook the thick book in his grasp. In an instant, the entire area was covered in symbols, and even the area around the Eye of the Heaven Tao was covered in mysterious symbols. After that, those symbols started to flicker with a light blue glow and started to revolve slowly. At this moment, it was like everyone here was within a world of symbols. The most terrifying part was that they noticed the profound energy within them had actually started to slowly leak out once those symbols appeared in the surroundings. Everyone here was horrified upon noticing that. Yang Yi hurriedly circulated his profound energy, but he still wasn't able to stop his profound energy from leaking out. Fortunately, the tiny vortex started to revolve, and then the profound energy within him finally returned to normal. However, the other members of White Deer Academy weren't that lucky. Their profound energy was leaking out slowly. Based on the current speed that it was leaking and coupled with the fact that they didn't have much profound energy left, it would take an hour at most for their profound energy to run dry. The middle-aged man and the group behind him had a character embroidered on their clothes. They were clearly from the Zhuge clan. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in an elegant dress walked out from the door at the center. She glanced at everyone here, and then her gaze descended onto Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. She sized them up, and then walked over to the side and remained silent. There were 7 quasi-emperors behind her as well. Their clothes were embroidered with a tiny character. They represented the Mu clan. The 4 great clans were here, a total of over 30 quasi-emperors. Moreover, many of them were senior quasi-emperors, and there were even some who were on the verge of leaving this world. At this moment, all the experts of White Deer Academy had despair on their faces. Now, they could see no hope left for them. Yang Ye's face had turned gloomy as well. Should I release the Qiongqi? He had no other way to resolve this situation but to release the Qiongqi. So, will both of you leave? Meanwhile, Mo Qingfeng spoke abruptly. It seemed like he was discussing the matter with them, but his voice carried a threatening and pressuring tone. Oblivion Maiden glanced at the quasi-emperors in the sky, and then she lowered her head and spoke softly. They have so many on their side. Nether Maiden replied, they intend to bully us. We can't leave, or they'll laugh at us. Then we have to call for help. Then call for help. You do it. I want. That's so embarrassing. You do it. I won't do it as well. Yang Ye's face had darkened at this point, and he said, they'll do it for both of you, all right? I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew a talisman. A moment later, it shattered in her grasp. At the same time, Nether Maiden's voice resounded, it's a fight. We don't have enough people. Who will come? Even though her voice was soft, everyone throughout the Central Divine Prefecture could hear her. A moment of silence ensued, and then the space behind Nether Maiden and the others suddenly started trembling violently. Chapter 11:44. All the members of the 4 great clans revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They'd naturally signed the treaty for the sake of fighting against the Nether Pavilion, evil faction, and the other mysterious powers hidden throughout the dimension. Because if they didn't sign such a treaty, then if any one of them were to accidentally offend powers like the Nether Pavilion and Evil faction, there would only be a single outcome from it: death. But once they joined forces, then even the Nether Pavilion and Evil faction wouldn't dare underestimate their strength. However, they were still quite worried when they truly faced the Nether Pavilion, because the Nether Pavilion's true strength had always been a mystery. No one knew exactly how strong they were, and no one knew how strong the other Hall Masters who'd never shown themselves in the Central Divine Prefecture were. However, they knew that they would be finding out very soon. Besides the members of the four clans, the other people here were looking at that expanse of space before Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. They too wanted to see which Hall Master would answer Nether Maiden's call. It didn't take long for space to split open, and then a young woman who wore a floral pattern dress appeared within their fields of vision. Everyone was stunned when they saw the young woman. She was around the age of 20, and her beautiful hair was tied into an arm-thick braid that hung down behind her. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be beautiful, and she could merely be said to possess pretty features. The only dazzling thing about her was her eyes. They were very huge and filled with life. As for her figure, it was petite. If one were to judge her age solely by her figure, then she seemed to be just around the age of 15. Even though her figure was petite, she gave others the impression that she was wild and barbaric, and she even seemed slightly funny. Why? Because a black spiked club that was even larger than her figure was resting against her shoulder. Besides that, she wasn't alone. She was riding. She was riding a pig. Exactly. She had arrived on a pig. She was riding a fat pig with huge ears, and the pig was even chewing on a bone right now. There was no beauty to this scene, and it was just wild and savage. A young woman on a pig. Many people here couldn't help but rub their eyes. That's a Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion? Is that really the right person? Yang Yi noticed that both Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden actually revealed solemn expressions in their eyes when the young woman appeared. Yang Yi was shocked by this, because both Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's strengths were extremely terrifying. So, since the young woman could make them reveal solemn expressions, she was absolutely not simple at all. Yang Yi asked softly, "Who is she?" Nether Maiden replied with a question. "Your body is at the Divine Shift Realm, right?" Yang Yi nodded while a trace of complacency could be seen in his eyes. After all, there were probably very few amongst the humans that could attain such a cultivation of the body, because his body was equivalent to the body of a quasi-emperor now. Nether Maiden glanced at him and spoke indifferently. She once tore a dragon apart with her bare hands, and that dragon was at the peak of the Divine Shift Realm. Yang Yi's face froze. Nether Maiden added, "She tore that dragon into almost 10,000 pieces, and then she fed it all to her pig." Yang Yi was speechless. The young woman glanced at the experts of the four clans, and then she rode her pig over to Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. "I can fight, but are there any benefits?" Oblivion Maiden showed no loyalty at all, and she immediately moved aside because she was just here to help. Nether Maiden pondered deeply for a short while, and then she gazed at Yang Yi, because Yang Yi should be the one to give her compensation. After all, she would be fighting for him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The young woman gazed at Yang Yi as well. She sized him up, and then there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Oh my, young man, you're not bad at all. You've actually attained the Divine Shift Realm. Why don't we spar? Don't worry, Big Sister won't beat you to death." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. If Nether Maiden hadn't told him of her past deeds, he might have just agreed. Yet now he couldn't allow himself to see weak. He was very clearly aware that if one showed weakness to geniuses like her, then they wouldn't think that one was being humble, they would look down on that person instead. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "We can spar. However, I don't know how to control my strength well, so it would be bad if I accidentally kill or injure you." Oblivion Maiden suddenly raised her head and gazed at him when she heard him, and then she blinked her eyes as if she was saying, "Nothing is wrong with my ears, right?" As for Nether Maid, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then turned around and shook her head. The young woman's eyes lit up instead when she heard Yang Yi. "You are man enough. Don't worry, just because of that, Big Sister will absolutely not beat you to death." They'll just beat you up at most. Cough. Yang Yi had quite an embarrassed expression on his face, but it didn't take long for his face to become calm once more. He rubbed his nose, and then he raised his head to gaze at the experts of the four clans. So, shouldn't we deal with them first before talking about a spar between us? She waved her hand and said, "It's just a bunch of weaklings. They are nothing to worry about. Tell me about the benefits first, and it'll help you fight once that's done." The expressions of the experts from the four clans instantly turned gloomy when they heard her. Rumors said that the members of the Nether Pavilion were arrogant, and now they could be considered to have experienced it firsthand. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Weaklings? There are over 30 quasi-emperors on their side. Over 30. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Can you kill all of them if I pay? Do you think him a god?" The young woman replied angrily, "It wouldn't be much of a problem if they fought me one by one. But if they attack me as a group, then even I would have to flee. If you pay me, then he'll kill anyone you want. He'll kill 5 people amongst anyone here. Right, not the 2 of them. I can't kill them." What high-sounding sentiments. Yang Yi hadn't even replied when the quasi-emperor from the Lu clan stepped forward. "They say the hall masters of the Nether Pavilion are extremely strong, and I, Lu Chuan, would like to see for myself. I'd like to see exactly how strong you so-called hall masters are." The young man glanced at Lu Chuan, and then she lightly tapped the white pig with her legs. Grunt. The pig grunted softly before it transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. After that, an extremely long spatial rift appeared in the sky. Obviously, it was the pig which had created that spatial rift. "That's a pig? Is that really a pig?" Nether Maiden suddenly said. "That pig grew up eating all sorts of natural treasures and divine beasts." Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 11:45. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Lu Chuan was blasted flying. But it only took a moment for the white pig to appear in front of him again. After that, it bit him and started to feast on him. "How dare you!" The old man who led the group from the Lu clan was furious, and he was about to attack. However, a spiked club instantly arrived before him. The old man's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest as he overlapped his palms and pressed them forward. Bang! The old man was blasted away, and he flew over 3 kilometers away before he finally stopped himself. Moreover, because his figure had flown so swiftly, the space he passed through had cracked apart. The most terrifying part was that the old man's eyes had actually transformed into mush when his figure stopped moving. The old man's eyes were filled with shock when he noticed the state of his arms. Because the young woman who stood before him was actually that terrifying. Just that attack had almost killed him in an instant, yet she was only a high-rank saint. So, how terrifying would she be if she attained the Emperor realm? The expressions of everyone here had changed drastically. They knew the young woman was definitely very strong, but they hadn't expected her to almost kill a senior quasi-emperor in an instant. All of them were beyond shocked right now. Yang Yi's pupils had constricted as well. Her strength is truly terrifying. Most importantly, he felt that her ability to control her strength was at least a level higher than his own. What was a genius like? What was a monstrous genius like? People like Healing Feng, Nether Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, and this young woman were prime examples. How was he, Yang Yi, one compared to then? He had to grow stronger. He had to work harder. That was what Yang Yi was thinking right now. The experts of all the clans had become unsightly because her strength had far surpassed their expectations. The young woman waved her hand, and the spiked club flew back into her grasp. After that, she patted her pig and said, "Little pig, eat quickly." The white pig was eating Lu Chuan's corpse, but as it ate and ate, it seemed to feel disgusted. So, it spat Lu Chuan's corpse out, and then it shook its large head which disgust covered its face. "You really are picky. I'll get you a dragon next time." The young woman patted the white pig, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "Consider that dead fellow as a free gift. Now, give me your offer. Out of consideration for the 2 of them, I can give you a discount." "Right. The minimum price to help you fight is 10,000 violet crystals." 10,000. Yang Yi gasped. She really knows how to do business. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden, but the latter said, "This isn't our Nether Pavilion's business, and it's a private affair. Moreover, it's your private affairs. So, give it to her." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Zinan. The latter understood what he meant, and she flicked a spatial ring to him. Yang Yi glanced at its contents and noticed over 20,000 violet crystals within it. Yang Yi immediately flicked it over to the young woman and said, "They'll give you 20,000 for 10. As he spoke, he pointed at the members of the Emo clan. "Them, kill them first." "Right. The sect master of the Thousand Crane sect and the law factions Lileagwai. Kill all of them." He couldn't stand the sight of them for a very long time. The faces of Emo Qingfeng and the other members of the Emo clan immediately became gloomy. But it didn't take long for Emo Qingfeng to reveal a savage expression, and he gazed at the young woman on the pig and said, "Let me see how you kill us." The white-haired old man who led the group from the Lu clan revealed a savage expression as well. "My Lu clan would like to see how 3 of you will kill them as well." At the same time, the profound energy within the experts from the Mu clan and Zhuge clan had started to circulate. The 4 clans didn't want to become enemies with the Nether Pavilion, but they had to act now. Otherwise, their treaty would be a huge joke. There were over 30 quasi-emperors here. The 4 clans could be said to have dispatched all its elites. "Members of my Emo clan, hear me. Slaughter everyone within White Deer City later." Meanwhile, Emo Qingfeng's furious voice resounded through the sky. This time, he was truly furious. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while the tattoo on his chest became faintly visible. He would naturally not entrust all his hopes on the young woman. Even though she was extremely strong, there were over 30 quasi-emperors here. If over 30 senior quasi-emperors were to fight with their lives on the line, then they could even kill 2 emperors. If he had no other choice, Yang Yi would definitely release the Qiongqi. He didn't know how strong it was, and all he knew was that even Lady feared it. Just that was enough to him. The young woman glanced at them and said, "I came here today to tell all of you that your clans are full of weaklings and trash. You want to fight my Nether Pavilion? You even intend to bully us with numbers? Just watch and see how laughable your actions are." As she spoke, the spiked club in her grasp started to spin at high speeds, and she raised her head and looked up at the sky. "Boundary Maiden, seal them. There's another Hall Master here." The expressions of the experts from the 4 clans changed drastically. There were 4 Hall Masters here. Almost half the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion were here. As soon as the pig-riding young woman finished speaking, the space here suddenly warped. A moment later, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that besides the experts of the Emo clan, a practically translucent square had appeared around everyone, including him. The square was like a cage that completely trapped them. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy struck against the translucent cube, but Yang Yi watched with shock as his sword energy actually vanished soundlessly upon coming into contact with the cube. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden arrived by his side, and then she placed her hand against the square. "This is a barrier that can even trap emperors." As soon as she finished speaking, the square around Yang Yi instantly vanished. "Seize this opportunity to kill them." As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden's figure shot towards the experts of the Emo clan. Oblivion Maiden didn't stand by idly, and she slowly stretched out her right hand towards an expert from the Emo clan. As for the pig-riding young woman, she had already charged forward. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. A blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's grasp before he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot explosively in the direction of the Emo clan's experts. Yang Ye's voice resounded. "Emo clan, I'm going to wipe your clan off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture today." Chapter 1146. The experts of the Lu clan, Mu clan, and Zhuge clan were trapped by the barrier. They were naturally unwilling to be trapped, and they attacked at once. However, they were horrified to notice that even their joint forces were actually unable to break through the barrier. The Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had 8 quasi-emperors, yet the Nether Pavilion only had 3 on their side. Even if Yang Yi was included, there were only 4 of them. However, the 4 of them were actually suppressing those 8 quasi-emperors in battle. The most terrifying here were the 3 women from the Nether Pavilion. The pig-riding young woman resorted to brute force alone, and every swing of her club would injure or kill. As for Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden, they were extremely terrifying as well. Their attacks were too mysterious, and it was so mysterious that even the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan revealed terror in their eyes. Conversely, Yang Yi seemed quite ordinary when compared to them. If it was in terms of physical strength, his physical strength was formidable indeed, but it was quite inferior when compared to the pig-riding young woman. If it was a competition of how mysterious their attacks were, then he couldn't compare to Nether Maiden or Oblivion Maiden. However, Yang Yi was the most striking amongst them. He was completely blood-red while endless slaughter intent and baleful energy surged out from within him, so it was impossible for others not to notice him. 15 minutes later, a shrill cry suddenly resounded, and then the others watched as a quasi-emperor of the Mo clan was smashed into mush by the pig-riding young woman's club. Another shrill cry resounded. A quasi-emperor of the Mo clan was decomposing incessantly in midair, and it only took a moment for him to be completely disintegrated. Shrill cries were still resounding. Li Leaguai and Feng Qingyu's eyes were filled with horror as they watched all of this. They were quite free because Yang Yi and the others' main objective were the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan. They'd intended to join the battle, but when they saw the experts of the other 3 clans being trapped while the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan were being slaughtered, they had no intention to attack anymore. Both of them exchanged glances, and they saw the intention to retreat within each other's eyes. My Mo clan is willing to retreat. Suddenly, Mo King Feng's voice resounded. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, and he seemed like head gone mad. Because up until this point in the battle, his Mo clan had lost 4 quasi-emperors in such a short period. Even though the highest cultivation amongst the 4 people before him was only at the high rank of the Saint Realm, their strengths were even more terrifying than quasi-emperors. It was even to the extent that he felt they could probably fight a few emperors together. They were too abnormal. The most terrifying part was that another Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion was hiding somewhere, and that Hall Master's ability to create barriers had instantly crippled the other 3 clans. If they were to continue fighting, then all the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan would perish here, including Mo Qingfeng. If they died here, then the Mo clan would really be wiped off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture. So, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Mo Qingfeng, and he was about to speak when the pig-riding young woman spoke before him. "You want to surrender now? It's too late. Those who offend my Nether Pavilion will be annihilated." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot forward explosively atop the huge white pig, and they shot towards the quasi-emperor of the Mo clan who was standing before them. That quasi-emperor's pupils constricted, and he wasn't even able to react before the pig slammed against him. At the same time, a spiked club smashed down onto his head. Bang! His head instantly exploded apart while his body was transformed into a pile of mush that rained down from midair. Meanwhile, another shrill cry resounded, and everyone hurriedly looked towards its source. They saw a pitch-black chain pierce through the forehead of a quasi-emperor from the Mo clan. That quasi-emperor's eyes were opened wide, and it didn't take long for them to dim down. Now, only Mo Qingfeng and Mo Tian were left. It was 4 against 2. Mo Qingfeng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened them again, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and madness. He didn't waste his breath again, and his stomach started to swell up swiftly. At the same time, the spirit energy in the area around him started to become violent. He was about to detonate himself. A quasi-emperor was about to detonate himself. Everyone here was astounded by this scene. Xiao Bieli and the others' expressions changed drastically. After all, if Mo Qingfeng detonated himself, then even if White Deer Dimension remained intact, White Deer City would be obliterated. Moreover, all the cultivators beneath the saint realm and the surroundings would probably die as well. It was even to the extent that saints might not be able to survive the explosion. How terrifying was the explosion created by the self-detonation of a quasi-emperor? Yang Yi naturally understood all of that, so he was about to attack. However, Nether Maiden stopped him. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden with a puzzled gaze, and the latter spoke flatly, "Let him explode." Yang Yi nodded out of trust for her, and he didn't do anything. Even though he didn't know why Nether Maiden and the others intended to let Mo Qingfeng detonate himself, Yang Yi knew that they were definitely confident or had some sort of way to deal with the explosion. Feng Qingyu and Li Leigui expressions changed drastically when they saw that Mo Qingfeng intended to detonate himself, and they didn't hesitate to flash swiftly towards the distance. However, they'd merely moved over 5 kilometers away when a practically translucent barrier appeared around them and trapped them. "Bitches, let's all die together." Meanwhile, Mo Qingfeng suddenly roared madly with laughter, and then his figure exploded apart. A terrifying tempest of energy immediately swept out from him, and it instantly spread 300 m in all directions. At the same time, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and countless started fleeing madly towards the surroundings. However, the tempest of energy actually stopped abruptly, and then it slowly shrunk backwards, bit by bit. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Yang Yi was stunned as well, but it didn't take long for him to realize what was going on. A square barrier had appeared around the tempest. It wasn't the tempest that was shrink, it was the square barrier that was shrinking, and the tempest of energy was being compressed by the barrier and shrunk incessantly. Yang Yi's pupils instantly constricted at the sight of this. How terrifying was the explosion of a quasi-emperor! Yet now, it was being trapped by the barrier. So, how terrifying was that Hall Master who had created the barrier? The experts of the other 3 clans were shocked by this scene as well. In the past, they'd already had a truly high opinion of the Nether Pavilion's Hall Master's strengths. Yet now, they knew that they'd still underestimated them, and they'd absolutely underestimated those Hall Masters. Every single one of the Hall Masters from the Nether Pavilion was much stronger than they'd ever imagined. Just 4 Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion had rendered their 4 clans helpless, so what would happen if all 10 were here? It didn't take long for the tempest of energy which was created by Mo Qingfeng's self-detonation to be crushed into bits, and it was obliterated. The last remaining quasi-emperor of the Mo clan, Mo Tian, was instantly filled with despair when he witnessed this scene. It was over. Everything was over. One of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, the Mo clan, had come to an end just like that. Even though the Mo clan still existed, but how could the Mo clan, which had lost all its quasi-emperors, maintain its foothold in the Central Divine Prefecture? From this moment onward, the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture were no more, and then were only 3 great clans. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Mo Tian's expression changed drastically, but Yang Yi was already behind him a moment later. At the same time, Mo Tian's eyes had opened wide, and it didn't take long for the color within them to fade away. He refuses to let even one survive. How ruthless! The hearts of all the experts from the other 3 clans shook when they witnessed this scene. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Yi as well, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the barrier that trapped the other 3 clans in place had vanished abruptly. However, no one dared to attack, and no one dared to leave as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the Mu clan, and it caused the expressions of the members of the Mu clan to change slightly. However, the beautiful woman who led the ground remained calm, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple in her composure. "I want to ask about someone. Does a person called AQing exist in the Mu clan?" Yang Yi hadn't forgotten Elder Mu's request. When Elder Mu ignited his soul and detonated himself that day, had asked Yang Yi to inquire about a person called AQing once Yang Yi arrived at the Radiant Dimension. If that person didn't exist in the Mu clan, then according to Elder Mu's request, the Mu clan had no further reason to exist. The expressions of the experts from the Mu clan changed when they heard Yang Yi. As for the beautiful woman who led the group, there was shock, bewilderment, and a trace of excitement in her eyes. She spoke in a trembling voice. "Who are you?" Yang Yi slowly tightened his grasp on heaven's gravestone and said, "Answer me." The beautiful woman was so excited that she wasn't able to speak properly. "You know him. You definitely know him. You're from the lower dimensions. You're from the lower dimensions, right?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he slowly relaxed his grip and spoke with a trace of respect. "You're AQing?" She nodded and spoke in a trembling voice. Is he all right?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "He's dead. He's dead." The beautiful woman seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. A long time passed before she looked towards the distance with a slightly blank gaze. "He's dead. He's dead?" Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "He asked me to tell you that you don't have to wait for him anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at the Zhuge clan and said, "Is Zhuge Yun here?" If it was before the battle, then they would have definitely ignored Yang Yi. Yet now, no one dared to do that. The middle-aged man who led the Zhuge clan's forces glanced at Yang Yi and said, "She isn't in this dimension." "Then forget it." Yang Yi glanced at the three clans and said, "Now, all of you can leave." Kill all of them? That wasn't realistic at all. Moreover, it wasn't necessary. The other three clans didn't have any direct conflict with White Deer Academy. Only the Emo clan did, and the Emo clan was finished. Now, White Deer Academy needed to rest and recuperate instead. The experts of the Zhuge clan and Lu clan glanced at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. Once the Zhuge clan left, the symbols that covered the sky immediately vanished as well. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Tao appeared before them once more. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "We're leaving." As she spoke, she was about to leave with the other two. However, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupted from the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and some of the saints in the surroundings were instantly pressed down flat on the ground. After that, a speck of violet light appeared within the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and it didn't take long for a bolt of violet divine lightning to appear within everyone's fields of vision. Divine lightning of obliteration. Everyone here was stunned at the sight of the violet divine lightning. The eyes of the three women from the Nether Pavilion had opened wide as well, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Shit." Yang Ye's face became unsightly. Chapter 11, 47. Violet Divine Lightning. What was it? It was divine lightning of obliteration. Not to mention a quasi-emperor. Even an emperor would tremble before it. Why has divine lightning of obliteration appeared here? That was what everyone thought right now. Because there were usually only two circumstances that made divine lightning of obliteration descend. The one was when someone tried to destroy the world, like an emperor descending to the world and carrying out large-scale destruction of the world. Under such circumstances, it was very likely for divine lightning of obliteration to descend, because ordinary black divine lightning was utterly useless against emperors. The tune circumstance was when someone acted in defiance of the heavens, or when the Eye of the Heaven Tao was facing a sinner of the dimension that had defied the heavens in the past. If one was branded a sinner of the dimension by the Eye of the Heaven Tao, then it represented that the person had committed an act that defied the heavens. Moreover, the Eye of the Heaven Tao had been helpless against that person at the time it occurred. So, the Eye of the Heaven Tao sacrificed itself to brand that person as a sinner of the dimension. Since there were no emperors damaging the world right now, it represented that there was a sinner here. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi is a sinner of the dimension? Many people really did have such thoughts, but it didn't take long for them to refute it. What a joke. Yang Yi was just a half-saint. No matter how heaven-defying his strength was, how great could it be? It was impossible for Yang Yi to render the Eye of the Heaven Tao helpless with the strength that he possessed. Even though Yang Yi was very strong, he was absolutely not that strong. But if Yang Yi wasn't a sinner, then why would the Eye of the Heaven Tao send down divine lightning of obliteration? The violet divine lightning was definitely aimed at Yang Yi because it had immediately locked onto him upon appearing in the sky. The pig-riding young woman's gaze had descended onto Yang Yi as well, and so had Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's gazes. Even Nether Maiden couldn't figure out why the Eye of the Heaven Tao would target Yang Yi, and even send down violet divine lightning. Even though Yang Yi really had caused quite a bit of trouble, it wasn't to the extent of offending the eye of the heaven Tao to such an extent. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He sheathed heaven's gravestone before drawing it swiftly. Oem! A ray of blood-red sword energy shot up into the sky while accompanied by a sword howl, and it shot towards the divine lightning. 120 overlapped heaven rends. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. This bolt of divine lightning was numerous times stronger than the violet divine lightning on profounder continent, so how could he dare to act carelessly or underestimate it? The spectators watched as Yang Yi's sword energy smashed against the divine lightning. Bang! A loud explosion resounded while countless threads of blood-red sword energy shot towards the surroundings. The sword energy was gone, but the divine lightning was still there, and it was descending at the exact same speed as before. The experts of White Deer Academy revealed gloomy expressions at the sight of this. Nether Maiden frowned and was about to help, but Oblivion Maiden stopped her. Oblivion Maiden didn't say anything, but the pig-riding young woman did. That's divine lightning of obliteration. You'll definitely suffer heavenly wrath if you interfere. I know that you don't care, but you'll only complicate things if you act now. Nether Maiden hesitated for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Indeed, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely send down 2 bolts of violet divine lightning if she interfered now, unless she could destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Otherwise, it would never end. But even the entire Nether Pavilion had to give great consideration to a decision like destroying the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi's face became solemn when he saw that his sword energy hadn't affected the divine lightning at all. This time, he didn't dare to hold back at all, because it was less than 300 m away from him now. If it were allowed to descend, then White Deer Dimension would be obliterated in an instant. Yang Yi pressed his sword against the center of his forehead while closing his eyes. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was behind the violet divine lightning when his figure appeared once more. The divine lightning was still descending, but it suddenly exploded apart just 2 breaths of time later and transformed into arcs of violet lightning that swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his sword swiftly. Strands of sword energy flashed incessantly, and it didn't take long for all the arcs of lightning to be obliterated. That sword technique isn't bad. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly praised physical speed, the laws of speed, 2 types of intense, and the speed of that cape of his. Even emperors can't look down upon that attack. She gazed at Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden and continued, "What's your relationship with him? Why did the 2 of you actually disregard the embarrassment you would suffer and called for help?" Oblivion Maiden stepped aside to display that it had nothing to do with her. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Friends? Friends?" The young woman glanced at her with strong interest. "That really makes me curious." Oblivion Maiden glanced at Nether Maiden and remained silent. After he destroyed that bolt of lightning, another appeared as expected. This bolt was much larger than the last. Xiao Bieli and the others had just visibly relaxed when they saw it, and they frowned once more. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at the pig-riding young woman. "Hey, I'll give you 10,000 violet crystals to destroy that Eye of the Heaven Tao, all right? We can even discuss a higher price." The young woman blinked and said, "Do you think that I'm a mercenary?" Yang Yi shrugged, and then he looked up at the divine lightning. A wisp of ferocity arose in his eyes as he looked at it. Since he destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao on profounder continent, he knew that he would be enemies with the Heaven Tao. It was a problem, a terrible problem, but he had no other choice. The Heaven Tao hadn't hesitated to destroy the entire continent in order to destroy the defiant cultivators. As a member of the continent, he naturally had a duty to draw his sword and fight. Just like this very moment, he had no choice as well. He didn't want to go against the Eye of the Heaven Tao, but it insisted on his death. In Yang Yi's opinion, if someone wanted to kill him, then he would kill that person. If the heavens wanted to kill him, then he would destroy the heavens. Oem! A sword howl resounded through the surroundings while Yang Yi's figure shot up into the air. A pillar of blood pierced the sky, and it only took an instant for the pillar of blood to pierce through the violet divine lightning. But that wasn't the end of it. The pillar of blood didn't slow down and slammed against the eye of the heaven Tao. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Has he gone mad? He actually attacked the eye of the heaven Tao. Xiao Bila's hands were trembling. He knew Yang Yi was a madman, but he hadn't expected Yang Yi to be that crazy to the point of even attacking the eye of the heaven Tao. After all, it was the eye of the heaven Tao. It represented the heaven Tao. Is Yang Yi really trying to defy the heavens? It wasn't just Xiao Bieli who had such thoughts. The pig-riding young man, Nether Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden's expressions had changed. Their eyes carried a trace of shock and disbelief. Attacking the eye of the heaven Tao represented that Yang Yi was going against it, and it meant that he was standing in opposition of the guardians of the radiant dimension. The pig-riding young woman spoke abruptly. He really is brave. Oblivion Maiden nodded in agreement. As for Nether Maiden, there was worry in her eyes instead. Meanwhile, the pillar of blood smashed against the eye of the heaven Tao. Bang! The entire sky trembled violently while countless rays of blood-red sword energy sprayed through the surroundings. Every single ray of sword energy tore space apart as they shot through the sky. Countless pitch-black rifts instantly appeared in the sky. Bang! Meanwhile, another loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It was Yang Yi, of course. Nether Maiden's expression changed slightly. She flashed over to the Yang Yi and pressed her right palm lightly against his back. In an instant, Yang Yi's figure stopped descending, yet Nether Maiden's right hand had turned blood red. Nether Maiden was shocked by this. She gazed at Yang Yi and noticed that Yang Yi's body had cracked apart, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. Her pupils constricted as she looked up at the sky. The eye of the heaven Tao was still there, but there were numerous cracks on it. Meanwhile, another bolt of violet divine lightning slowly emerged from within it. Nether Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to lend Yang Yi a hand when Yang Yi pulled on her arm. She turned around to gaze at him and saw him shaking his head at her. He said, "You've helped me enough. I can't continue dragging you down with me. Let me deal with it myself." Nether Maiden replied, "You're still trying to put on a show of strength?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Let me do it myself." Fighting against the eye of the heaven Tao represented going against the heaven Tao, so he didn't want to implicate her in the matter. She gazed at him for a long time before nodding and moving aside. Yang Yi gazed at the descending bolt of divine lightning. A short while passed before he relaxed his grasp slightly, and the blood-red sword in his grasp instantly dispersed. At the same time, the slaughter intent and baleful energy he emanated surged back into his body. Yang Yi gazed at the bolt of divine lightning while a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He suddenly roared, "Sword Spirit, OM!" As soon as he spoke, a sword howl shot up into the air. The spectators in the surroundings watched with astonishment as the violet divine lightning actually cracked apart in midair. Countless cracks swept throughout it. This made their pupils constrict. For the very once time, the pig-riding young woman revealed shock as well. Her gaze was fixed on the sword in Yang Yi's right grasp, and besides shock, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden were in a similar state. Yang Yi suddenly sheathed the sword precursor within the ancient sheath. OM! Another sword howl shot up into the sky. Bang! The others watched with astonishment as the violet divine lightning was instantly blasted into pieces by the sword howl, and it dispersed into the surroundings. "Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you." Yang Yi's voice was filled with ferocity as it resounded through the surroundings. Chapter 11:48. Besides the violet divine lightning, numerous cracks had even appeared on the eye of the heaven Tao. It seemed like it was on the verge of exploding apart. The sword precursor could be said to be one of Yang Yi's final trump cards. He hadn't utilized it in the past because he was afraid of drawing the eye of the heaven Tao's attention. Yet now, it was already here, so there was no need for him to even draw its attention. Under such circumstances, he naturally had no worries. Because the violet divine lightning was truly too terrifying, and he would be exhausted to death if he didn't destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. He had no choice but to draw his sword. Right at the moment Yang Yi took hold of the sword precursor's hilt, the Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling light, and then it exploded apart before everyone's eyes. After that, a beam of red light shot down so swiftly that Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before it entered his body. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky. But unlike the pillar of blood before this, it didn't carry even a trace of baleful energy or slaughter intent. It didn't even carry a bloody aura. However, Yang Ye's hair had turned blood red just like it had in the past. Moreover, there was a blood-red character on his forehead. It was blood red. Xiao Bieli and the others' eyes were filled with bewilderment at the sight of it. They hadn't expected that the Eye of the Heaven Tao would actually detonate itself and do that. What did that represent? Xiao Bieli and the other experts of White Deer Academy gazed at the blood-red character with bewilderment. However, the expressions of the young women from the Nether Pavilion had changed drastically. At this moment, the shock in their eyes was greater than when Yang Yi withdrew the sword precursor. A blood sentence. How could this be possible? The pig-riding young woman's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment, and there was also a trace of bewilderment present in her eyes. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi before quickly lowering her head to look at the fox in her arms. Just like the pig-riding young woman, her eyes were filled with shock and a trace of fear. As for Nether Maiden, her face had turned pale, and disbelief filled her eyes. Yang Yi had noticed the blood-red character above his head as well. He frowned and issued a command in his heart. A ray of sword energy flashed out and struck the character above him. Bang! An explosion resounded. The sword energy dispersed, but the character wasn't harmed at all. That's a blood sentence. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden walked over to his side and said, "It's something that's even more terrifying than a heavenly sentence. A heavenly sentence merely brands a person as a sinner of the dimension, and the dimension will cease to tolerate that person's existence. As for a blood sentence, it represents that the Heaven Tao in this dimension won't rest until that person is dead. Dead. Until death." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Nether Maiden added, "You should have heard that a sinner of the dimension appeared on my Nether Pavilion many years ago, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I have," she said. Actually, she wasn't a sinner of the dimension. If she was only branded as a sinner, then my Nether Pavilion's strength would have been entirely sufficient to take her from this dimension and head to another dimension. The Heaven Tao here would have been helpless against her if we did that. But she wasn't a sinner of the dimension. She'd been branded with a blood sentence. The Heaven Tao wouldn't let her leave. The Heaven Tao would even not hesitate to destroy a dimension in order to kill such a person. Nether Maiden looked Yang Yi in the eyes at this point. All those years ago, it wasn't that my Nether Pavilion feared the guardians of this dimension. It was because we didn't want to destroy this dimension, and we didn't want to fight the Heaven Tao to the death as well. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is just a clone of the Heaven Tao, and the true Heaven Tao is far away outside this dimension. It controls hundreds of dimensions like the Radiant Dimension, and there are other powers standing behind the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The water here runs very deep. Half of U.S. Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion hadn't awakened then, so we chose to make a compromise. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden took a deep breath and gazed at Yang Yi. "What have you done? What exactly have you done?" Her voice was actually trembling slightly. The pig-riding young woman and Oblivion Maiden gazed at Yang Yi as well, because even they wanted to know what Yang Yi had done. Yang Yi sighed lightly. "Remember Profounder Continent? Do you know how I survived?" Nether Maiden shook her head. Yang Yi explained, "For the sake of destroying the defiant cultivators, the Heaven Tao hadn't hesitated to send down divine lightning of obliteration. We naturally refused to stand by idly and wait for death to descend. So, we joined forces against it. Because of certain reasons, countless defiant cultivators and other cultivators attained the Saint Realm, and then they detonated themselves and were finally able to heavily injure the Eye of the Heaven Tao. At the critical moment, I destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that, it took note of me. When I advanced to the Half-Saint Realm, it came looking for me. If others advance in their cultivation and am in the vicinity, then it would send lightning at me once it notices my presence. In short, so long as it notices my aura, then it won't let me go. Yang Yi shook his head at this point and said, Actually, I'm the one who suffered injustice. It wanted to destroy the entire continent that day. I wanted to live, so I have no choice but to kill it. After I arrived at the Radiant Dimension, it was destroyed once more in Pine Prefecture due to certain reasons. Fine, I never expected it to just be a clone, and an extremely vengeful one at that. Nether Maiden was speechless. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly said, You've destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao in the past? Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. Do I not look the part? She glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp and said, That sword of yours is quite good. Are you selling it? Yang Yi was speechless. She shrugged and continued, In any case, you're about to die, so why don't you sell it to me? Perhaps I might be able to avenge you in the future. What do you think? They'll give you 100,000 violet crystals. It's all I have. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly said, He has hundreds of thousands. The pig-riding young woman was furious, and she glared fiercely at Oblivion Maiden. You traitor! They'll roast your fox and eat it. Oblivion Maiden refused to show weakness. Then he'll roast your pig and eat it. Stop! Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke angrily when he saw that the pig-riding young woman was about to say something in return. Please, can you consider my feelings for a moment? I'm already in such a situation, yet both of you are talking about eating. Can you not do that to me? The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi, and it seemed like she felt he was very pitiable. You're about to die. Oblivion Maiden nodded with agreement. Why? I feel fine. Yang Yi was puzzled. Even though that character was floating above his head, his body felt completely fine. The pig-riding young woman replied, The Guardians are coming for you. Yang Yi's face froze. Based on their strength, they would have been here already if they were coming. Since they still aren't here, they definitely aren't coming. You must be dreaming. She didn't hold back at all. The reason they aren't here yet is because they aren't in this dimension. If I'm not wrong, they are definitely on the way now. You'll be finished once they get here. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden spoke abruptly. Flee? Flee? Yang Yi was stunned. Where? The pig-riding young woman said, Unless he can escape this dimension and escape to outer space. However, based on his current strength, it's far from sufficient to accomplish that. Moreover, even if he escapes to outer space, wouldn't it still be absolutely easy for them to find him? Don't forget that this entire stellar region is under their control. Nether Maiden fell silent. Yang Yi fell silent as well. A short while passed before he gazed at the pig-riding young woman, and the latter hurriedly said, Don't even think about trying to make me help. I won't accept this job. It doesn't matter how many violet crystals you give me. She gazed at Nether Maiden and continued, As for you, don't think about making me help as well. It will only end in loss. Moreover, I might even die in the process. Nether Maiden clenched her fists while a cold glow flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman gazed at Nether Maiden. 10th sister, I'm not joking. If you help, then ITLL, cause the entire Nether Pavilion to be dragged into it. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden spoke as well. We can't help him anymore. Regardless of whether it was Oblivion Maiden or the pig-riding young woman, both of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. This time, let me face it myself. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Nether Maiden and said, You've helped me enough. Moreover, you're not alone. Every action you take will affect others. Nether Maiden looked him in the eyes. You won't be able to overcome them. Yang Yi gazed at the pig-riding young woman and said, Will they still kill me if I surrender? She replied indifferently, Surrendering depends on being almost equally matched. Only then would the weaker party have a chance to surrender. But you're so weak. So do you think they would allow you to surrender? Then I have no choice but to fight. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Nether Maiden. All of you should leave. Nether Maiden didn't speak. The pig-riding young woman, on the other hand, was about to speak, but her pupils suddenly constricted as she looked up into the sky. They're here? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 specks of golden light appeared in the horizon, and it didn't take long for 2 middle-aged men in golden armor and golden spears in their hands to appear in the sky above White Deer Dimension. Emperors. 2 emperors. The middle-aged men ignored everyone else and immediately looked at Yang Yi. Killing intent instantly flashed through their eyes when they saw the blood-red character floating above Yang Yi's head. The golden-armored man on the left was about to attack. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and it didn't take long for a black-robed man to arrive here. Yi Longxie, Xiao Bieli, and the others were slightly stunned when they saw him. Obviously, they recognized Yi Longxie, or had met him in the past. Yi Longxie's gaze instantly descended onto Yang Yi, and his face changed slightly when he saw the blood-red character floating above Yang Yi. Obviously, had heard of the blood sentence. In next to no time, he looked up into the sky, and his face fell when he saw those 2 emperors. After that, he glanced at Yang Yi again and seemed to have understood something. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Longxie and said, "You owe me a favor, right?" Yi Longxie didn't deny it and nodded slightly. Yang Yi pointed at the middle-aged men and said, "They'll kill one and you kill the other." Yi Longxie's eyelids twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You, don't throw me into a trap." Chapter 1149. A Trap. All sorts of curses were flying through Yi Longxie's mind. Yang Yi had only fought a quasi-emperor to save his younger sister, but Yang Yi actually wanted him to kill an emperor. Moreover, it was a guardian. It wouldn't be a problem if it was an ordinary emperor. But that was a member of the Guardians. He naturally knew what that represented. Even the Nether Pavilion didn't dare to kill them. Yang Yi said, "You can refuse if you think it's difficult." Yi Longxie clenched his right fist slowly, but it didn't take long for him to relax it. However, just a moment passed before he clenched it slowly again. A short while passed before he looked up at Yang Yi. "My Yi clan owes you a life, so we'll kill an emperor for you today." Kill an emperor? Meanwhile, the gold-armored middle-aged man on the left suddenly gazed at Yi Longxie. "You're an extraordinary genius with a limitless future. So why court death? You're a genius of my radiant dimension, and I cherish geniuses. They'll allow you to live if you leave right now. If you insist on being stubborn, then you'll die in a while." Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "I'm a genius of the radiant dimension as well. Can you let me go as well?" "You." The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "I don't know what you've done in the past, but you forced the Eye of the Heaven Tao to sacrifice itself in order to brand you with a blood sentence. I presume you've definitely done something that incurs the indignation of all. Not only do you have to die today, everyone related to you has to die as well." Xiao Bieli and the others' faces fell when they heard the man, because they realized that they intended to kill everyone related to Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face had turned gloomy as well, and he slowly grabbed Sword Precursor's hilt with his right hand while the profound energy and stellar energy within him started circulating. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at the pig-riding young woman and the others. "The Nether Pavilion?" She glanced at the middle-aged man, ignored him, and then gazed at Nether Maiden. "Let's go. Our Nether Pavilion can't interfere in this matter." The middle-aged man's face fell from being ignored, and he said, "I presume your Nether Pavilion wouldn't dare to interfere. After all, that resentment maiden." The pig-riding young woman's face instantly became gloomy when she heard him, and she looked up at him and spoke fiercely, "Mention her again, and I'll kill you right now." Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's faces were gloomy as well. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man by his side, who had a crescent-shaped scar on his face, suddenly stopped him. The middle-aged man with the crescent scar gazed at the pig-riding young woman and said, "That incident has passed. It's pointless to discuss it further. We aren't here for the Nether Pavilion, and we're just here for the one branded with the blood sentence. So, all of you can leave." The pig-riding young woman glanced coldly at the other middle-aged man and said, "You should realize that we didn't make a compromise all those years ago because we were afraid of you. Besides that, remember that enmity of the past. One day, we'll make you pay with your blood." How laughable! The middle-aged man laughed coldly, Your nether pavilion? Suddenly, the pig-riding young woman shot up into the sky and arrived not too far away from the middle-aged man in golden armor. Cut the crap. You can choose any one of us to fight you in single combat. All four of us will take our own lives if you aren't dead within 100 moves. Conversely, you can take your own life if your opponent is still alive after 100 moves are over. Do you dare? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to say something when he was stopped again by the crescent-scarred middle-aged man. Every single hall master of the Nether Pavilion possesses extraordinary ability, and we Guardians have no intention to look down upon your pavilion. Allow me to repeat myself again. We aren't here for the Nether Pavilion. We're here for the one branded with the blood sentence. I presume that you don't want to give rise to unnecessary problems for your Nether Pavilion, right? The pig-riding young woman glanced coldly at the middle-aged man and said, "You're just a piece of trash that's running the errands. I really don't know where you're getting that sense of superiority from." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke fiercely. "Bitch, what did you say?" He really was an errand boy amongst the Guardians, and that was exactly why he wasn't able to endure what Shed said. As soon as he spoke, the pig-riding young woman suddenly slammed her spiked club down, and a terrifying aura enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately stabbed his spear forward. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted around 3 kilometers away. The scarred middle-aged man's expression changed. He was about to attack when Oblivion Maiden suddenly appeared in front of him. He was slightly stunned and was about to attack, but Oblivion Maiden suddenly shouted, "Return to 0." As soon as she spoke, Oblivion Maiden looked straight at the scarred man. The space around the scarred man actually started to decompose, and it wasn't just the space there. Even the scarred man's armor had started to tremble and decompose. The scarred man's expression changed drastically, and he tossed his spear forward. The spear tore through space and emanated a golden glow as it instantly appeared before Oblivion Maiden. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden tapped her finger on the spar. The golden glow around the spear instantly melted like snow in hot oil. It only took an instant for the golden glow to disperse before the spear started to decompose under the astounded gaze of the scarred middle-aged man. He was shocked. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and a terrifying aura surged out from within him. Countless rays of golden light enveloped him in layers that obstructed Oblivion Maiden's mysterious ability to decompose matter. Meanwhile, the other middle-aged man was being pushed back repeatedly under the frenzied attacks of the pig-riding young woman. He was completely suppressed and hadn't possessed the slightest ability to fight back throughout the battle. Yang Yi had intended to join the battle when he saw them attack. After all, he wasn't someone who would miss such an opportunity. However, Nether Maiden obstructed his path. "Flee." Yang Yi replied, "We can kill them." Even though they were emperors, it would be absolutely easy to kill them if he joined forces with the 3 of them. Nether Maiden said, "They won't kill those fellows." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. They were buying time for him. Could he flee? He naturally could. Even emperors couldn't find him if he concealed himself. However, what about White Deer Academy? If he fled, the Guardians would definitely vent on White Deer Academy. How could the Academy endure their rage? Yang Yi took a deep breath and shook his head. Nether Maiden glanced at him with a complicated expression on her face and remained silent. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden and the pig-riding young woman stopped attacking and moved aside. The middle-aged men immediately heaved sighs of relief, and they felt beyond astounded in their hearts. The once middle-aged man's spear had already been warped into a piece of scrap, while more than half the armor on the scarred middle-aged man had vanished. The pig-riding young woman paid no attention to the middle-aged men, and she gazed at Yang Yi instead. "You act like a man." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Nether Maiden. "Let's go. Don't drag down our other sisters by staying here. If it was your own business, we would help you even if we have to face 100 of them. But this isn't your own business." Nether Maiden fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden. "I'll deal with my own business. If it's possible, if I die, Then help me take care of the others in White Deer Academy and Pine Prefecture. I'll agree to that. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman spoke abruptly, and then she looked up at the two middle-aged emperors in the sky. Yang Yi has been branded by a blood sentence, but the members of White Deer Academy aren't. Moreover, they weren't aware of it. So, it isn't related to them. Don't you think so too? Their expressions turned quite unsightly because she was clearly threatening them. A short while passed before the scarred man said, "Of course." The pig-riding young woman withdrew her gaze and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yilongxie and said, "I've changed my mind. They'll deal with them. However, I hope that you can help White Deer Academy if it faces any trouble in the future." Yilongxie spoke seriously. "I can help you kill one of them." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. After all, White Deer Dimension would definitely be destroyed if he fought them here. The emperors in the sky instantly vanished as well. Yilongxie hesitated for a moment before following them. Nether Maiden followed them as well, but she was stopped by Oblivion Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. Nether Maiden explained, "I want help him. I'm just going to watch. Don't both of you want to witness his true strength?" The pig-riding young woman gazed at her for a short while before speaking. "Let's go watch then." The three of them immediately vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. On a wasteland that was uninhabited for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in all directions, Yang Yi stood on the ground while the two emperors were not too far away in the sky above. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, "It's impossible for any reconciliation to occur, right?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "What do you think?" Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, "Actually, I'm saying that out of consideration for both of you. Is that so?" There was ridicule on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. "Bring it. There's no need to think about us. Feel free to show us your true strength." Bang! A ray of stellar energy descended from the sky and instantly entered Yang Yi's body, causing his figure to immediately turn crystal blue. At the same time, void rank slaughter intent and sword intent surged out from within him. A moment later, Yang Yi took sword precursor's hilt in his grasp as he looked up at them. "Actually, I don't want to do this too." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword. OM! A sword howl shot up into the sky, and then the space in an area of a few 100,000 kilometers collapsed in an instant. A beam of violet sword energy shot into the sky. It tore the heavens and the earth apart. Chapter 1150. The sword energy shot up into the sky and vanished into the distant horizon. Bang! Accompanying a huge mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky was a loud explosion in the distant horizon that rumbled through the sky. After that, the entire sky turned black. Rumble. With Yang Yi at the center, the mountains in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to collapse. Practically all those mountains were instantly transformed into powder and were obliterated right after. At the same time, the ground in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to sink down incessantly. The most terrifying scene was how the space in the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to collapse as soon as it was repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao, and then it was repaired and collapsed again. Just like that, it cycled between being repaired and collapsing for around 30 times before the space there finally returned to normal. Even though the space at the point far away in the sky had returned to normal, a strand of gray energy covered the entire sky. Even sunlight couldn't pass through it. The world was in darkness. As for those emperors from before, there was no sign of them now. They hadn't fled. It was because not a speck of them remained here. Moreover, something seemed to have vanished from the world in the wake of that attack. At this moment, practically all the experts throughout the Central Divine Prefecture were looking in Yang Yi's direction with extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Besides that, there was shock on their faces. The reason their faces were unsightly was because they'd noticed that the spirit energy in the prefecture had actually grown scarcer than before. In just around a dozen breaths of time, the amount of spirit energy in the prefecture had reduced by over 30%. Someone is damaging the dimension. Such a thought had appeared in the minds of every single expert. There were only two possibilities to explain the reduction of spirit energy. The one was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao had been destroyed. Even though it was just a clone of the Heaven Tao, it was formed from all sorts of energy contained within the dimension. So, once it was destroyed, it was those energies of the dimension that would vanish, and that included spirit energy. Destroying the Heaven Tao is equivalent to damaging the dimension. That was why many who possessed the strength to destroy it wouldn't do so, because destroying it was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the dimension. The spirit energy and various types of energy throughout a world wasn't boundless. Once all the energy in the world vanished, it represented that the inhabitants of the world would be unable to cultivate and would remain as ordinary people. The two was the destruction of the world at a large scale. Yet now, someone was causing large-scale destruction to the world. The faces of countless experts had turned gloomy, and then ray after ray of light shot up into the sky throughout the central divine prefecture and flashed towards Yang Ye's location. According to the rules of the radiant dimension, if anyone who had attained the Saint Realm were to fight someone, then that person had to create a pocket of space to carry out the battle in. They were prohibited from fighting in the radiant dimension. Why? Because they were afraid that the battle would damage the world. It was a rule that was set by all the experts of the radiant dimension. There was practically not a single soul that dared to not abide by that rule. Because once someone didn't abide by that rule, that person would be pursued and killed by all the experts at the Saint Realm and above throughout the radiant dimension. Yet now, someone had actually caused large-scale destruction to the world and damaged the foundation of the radiant dimension because the spirit energy here had dropped drastically. No matter who the person was, that person would become the common enemy of the entire radiant dimension. In the air above the wasteland, Yang Yi held the sword precursor in both hands to support himself up in midair, and his eyes were closed while his entire body trembled slightly. The pig-riding young woman, Oblivion Maiden, Nether Maiden, and Yi Longxie were around him. All of them had their gazes on him. They were all extraordinary geniuses, so surmounting their realms of cultivation to do battle was a piece of cake to them. They wouldn't be surprised even if they saw a half-saint kill an emperor. However, tempestuous waves were surging through their hearts right now, because Yang Yi hadn't just killed an emperor while at the half-saint realm, had even killed two in one go. Moreover, that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that his attack had harmed the foundation of the radiant dimension. That wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. It at least required the joint forces of numerous emperors in order to cause a decline in the spirit energy within the radiant dimension. Yet now, Yang Yi had accomplished it on his own. Yi Longxie stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Besides shock, there was a trace of battle intent in his eyes. His sword is so powerful. Oblivion Maiden spoke abruptly. I would have died if he used this sword that day. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Oblivion Maiden and said, You think that it's his sword which is strong, and not him, right? She nodded. The pig-riding young woman shook her head slightly, and then she gazed at Yi Longxie. Hey, sword user, can you execute that attack if you have that sword? Yi Longxie glanced at her, and then he shook his head. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Oblivion Maiden, who was still puzzled, and explained, See what sort of state he's in right now. If I'm not wrong, then that sword is too strong. Even he is unable to fully control it, and that's why he's in his current state. Oblivion Maiden said, I still don't understand. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, The reason that attack had such strength was because it was enhanced by two types of void rank intent, profound energy, and stellar energy. Besides those two types of energy, it also contained a type of purple-colored energy. In the beginning, I thought that it was quintessence violet energy, but it doesn't seem to be it. Besides that, even his physical strength at the divine shift realm was included. So, that attack didn't just carry the might of his sword. Of course, the main reason for its strength is still that sword. She paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, All of that isn't important. The main point is that he's probably the only one beneath the Emperor realm who can execute that attack. Oblivion Maiden asked, Why? The pig-riding young woman replied, His body has attained the divine shift realm, and he even absorbed stellar energy into his body just now. At that moment, His physical strength would probably be sufficient to engage in close-quartered combat with me. As for his physical defense at that time, he would probably even be able to go head-on against my physical strength. However, even then, his body almost collapsed after he drew his sword. So, it's obvious how powerful that attack was. She gazed at Yi Longxiao at this point and said, "If that sword is given to that fellow, he probably wouldn't even be able to draw it." Yi Longxia glanced at the pig-riding young woman, but he remained silent, because he really couldn't draw it. His sword Dao was formidable, and not his physical strength. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly asked the pig-riding young woman, "Can you draw it?" Yi Longxia gazed at the pig-riding young woman as well. The latter nodded and said, "I can, but he'll die. That sword is too strong. If I don't have sword intent and formidable physical defenses to support myself, my body will be torn apart at the instant I draw it. But it shouldn't be a problem once I've attained the Emperor realm. Of course, even if I can draw it, it wouldn't be that strong. That sword has acknowledged him as its master, and the perfect synergy between them isn't something that anything else can compare to." When she spoke up to this point, the pig-riding young woman suddenly added, "But I know someone who'll definitely be able to draw it, and that person will be completely fine." Oblivion Maiden asked, "Who?" The pig-riding young woman chuckled complacently, "I'm not telling you that." "Ha ha ha." Oblivion Maiden glanced at her and said, "I know where you can get adamantium fruits." The pig-riding young woman asked hastily, "Where?" Because her pig loved adamantium fruits. "I'm not telling you as well." As soon as she finished speaking, Oblivion Maiden paid no further attention to the pig-riding young woman, and she just lowered her head and lightly patted the fox in her arms. The pig-riding young woman was speechless. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, "People are coming." The pig-riding young woman shot a glance up at the sky and said, "That fellow caused too much of a commotion. He's in trouble now." Oblivion Maiden said, "There's even worse trouble on the way." The pig-riding young woman glanced at Nether Maiden and said, "We've already helped him a great deal. One last time, all right?" Nether Maiden said, "Just until he recovers." The pig-riding young woman nodded. "I'll take the north." Her figure shot towards the north once she finished speaking. Oblivion Maiden hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Then I'll head to the south." Her figure shot towards the south once she finished speaking. Yi Longxia's figure vanished on the spot while his voice resounded, "I'll take the east." Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi before flashing towards the west. In next to no time, the experts coming from all directions had been obstructed by them. In the beginning, many were definitely displeased and intended to attack. However, once they found out about the identities of the 4 people who were obstructing their paths, there wasn't a single expert who dared to attack anymore. But they didn't retreat as well. Yang Yi's eyes were closed tight, and his cracked skin was healing swiftly. Executing the true form of Heavenrend after activating the full version of the Stellar Ward technique caused the harm that he suffered to be much lesser than before. Head executed the true form of Heavenrend once in Pine Prefecture, and he was practically left without the strength to even move a finger. Yet now, executing the true form of Heavenrend was actually no different to the injuries he suffered after executing the ultimate form of death by a thought without activating the Stellar Ward technique in advance. Of course, besides his physical bonus advancement to the Divine Shift realm, there was another reason for this, and it was because Head enhanced his body with the full version of the Stellar Ward technique. If he didn't possess the full version of the Stellar Ward technique, then even his body at the Divine Shift realm wouldn't have been able to endure the might of Heavenrend's true form. In short, the improvement in his body and the full version of the Stellar Ward technique allowed him to execute the true form of Heavenrend like a normal technique. A slight smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he thought of that. Of course, it didn't represent that he could execute the true form of Heavenrend without any limits. Just like this very moment, even though he wasn't heavily injured or crippled, his body would definitely collapse if he tried to execute Heavenrend's true form again. While his body hadn't collapsed now, it was on the verge of it. If he were to execute the true form of Heavenrend again, then he would definitely die. But according to his estimations, he would need around 2 hours at most for his body to be almost completely restored. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem to execute Heaven Rin's true form again. Suddenly, 10 rays of golden light appeared in the sky. The golden light dispersed to reveal a white-robed old man and 9 middle-aged men who were in dark golden armor. 10 emperors. Yang Ye's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Chapter 11:51. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and the others appeared by Yang Ye's side, and they had solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at those 10 emperors. The white-robed old man who led the group waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the gray-colored energy that suffused the sky was dispersed in an instant. After that, he gazed at Nether Maiden and the others before suddenly flicking his finger. The space in an area of 50,000 kilometers suddenly started rippling. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then a woman in a green dress appeared by the pig-riding young woman's side. The pig-riding young woman gazed at the woman in a green dress. "Are you all right?" The woman in a green dress shook her head slightly while a solemn expression could be seen in her eyes. "He destroyed my barrier. His strength is unfathomable. Unless Toon Door 3 Resistor are here, otherwise none of us are a match for him." The pig-riding young woman pondered deeply for a moment before looking at Nether Maiden, 10th sister. Nether Maiden fell silent. The white-robed old man glanced at Nether Maiden and the others, and then he gazed at Yang Yi, the blood sentence. "I never expected a blood sentence to appear in this dimension. Moreover, the one branded with it is actually just a half-saint. But your strength is actually so extraordinary. You killed 2 emperors with a single swing of your sword. That truly surprised me quite a bit." Yang Yi didn't speak. He just held tightly onto the ancient sheath in his left grasp, while the last bits of profound energy within him started circulating slowly. Meanwhile, the tattoo of a ferocious beast was faintly visible on his chest. The white-robed old man didn't even give Yang Yi another glance, and he just gazed at Nether Maiden and the others. A short moment passed before he said, "I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened earlier. Now, leave my sight immediately. Otherwise, it's best if you summon those strongest experts of your pavilion, because the 4 of you are still too weak." The pig-riding young woman was just about to speak when Yang Yi spoke abruptly. "Just leave." Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi, while Yang Yi looked at her as well. "Listen to me and leave with them. Leave. Get as far as you can and don't turn back." Nether Maiden asked in a low voice, "What are you planning on doing?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm going to summon something to bite them." Nether Maiden replied, "It won't make a difference even if you summon the patriarch of the dragon clan." Yang Yi chuckled and spoke seriously, "You're not alone. You'll drag them down with you if you stay. Moreover, to be honest, it's pointless for you to stay at a time like this, and it would only make me feel apprehensive." Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Don't worry. If you die, then I'll definitely avenge you one day." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Are you going to sell your sword or not? I can give you 100,000 violet crystals. 100,000 violet crystals. That's everything I have." Yang Yi ignored her. The latter shrugged and left on her pig. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I heard you have adamantium fruits. Sell a few to me, all right?" Obviously, Shed heard it from Light Maiden. Yang Yi wasn't stingy and just flicked 10 over to her. Oblivion Maiden hurriedly took them and said, "I won't take them for nothing." She flicked something over to Yang Yi, and then her figure flashed and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi looked over and saw a single violet crystal in front of him. Just one. Yang Yi's face darkened. After all, it was fine to not give him anything, but she gave him one. Meanwhile, Yilongxia said, "I can't defeat them." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yilongxia. "Help me take care of White Deer Academy." Had asked Yilongxia to kill an emperor for him just now. But he hadn't done so with hopes that Yilongxia would really kill that emperor, and he just wanted to see if Yilongxia would keep his promise. The facts proved that he was very trustworthy. So, Yang Yi would naturally not ask him to deal with the Guardians, because Yilongxia would only be giving his life away if Yang Yi asked him to fight the Guardians. Yang Yi's true goal was to make Yilongxia take care of White Deer Academy. After all, even if anything unexpected occurred, White Deer Academy wouldn't be bullied while it had the protection of an expert in the top 10 of the martial rankings. Yi Longxie gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "All right." He turned around and vanished into the horizon once he finished speaking. Once everyone left, Yang Yi looked up at the 10 emperors in the sky. 10 emperors. It was pointless even if he executed the true form of Heavenrend again. After all, it was 10 emperors that he was facing. The white-robed old man suddenly said, "I know you still have trump cards." Yang Yi nodded. The white-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Even if all the experts of this dimension were to come here, it wouldn't be much of a threat to me. As for those mysterious experts in this dimension, they clearly wouldn't go against us guardians for you. So do it. Let me see what your trump card is. I'm really very curious." Yang Yi said, "Even though I know that I'm asking for insult, I still want to ask you this question. You guardians won't let me go, right?" The white-robed old man said, "One branded with the blood sentence deserves death to himself and everyone related to him." "All right." Yang Yi nodded, and then he tore open his clothes. He took a deep breath before a wisp of ferociousness arose in his eyes. "Qiong Qi, it's time to come out and bite people." Roar. A roar suddenly resounded here. The large white pig beneath the young woman instantly wailed when it heard that furious howl, and then it fell flat on the ground and started shivering. The fox and Oblivion Maiden's arms howled with pain as well, and then it held its head with both paws while wailing incessantly. All 4 of them were shocked, and they turned around to look over in Yang Ye's direction. What has he summoned? At the moment that roar resounded, every single demon beast of all realms of cultivation and type in an area of 500,000 kilometers had fallen flat on the ground, and they were wailing incessantly with pain. At the same time, another Eye of the Heaven Tao appeared in the sky. This time, the Eye of the Heaven Tao was at least 10 times larger than before. Endless heavenly might rained down from above, causing practically every single inhabitant of the central divine prefecture to shiver. "I'm finally free. I'm finally free." At the same time, a ferocious roar of a beast resounded through the area. Chapter 1152. Chapter 1152. Qiong Qi's Strength. Not too far away in front of Yang Yi was a completely black ferocious beast that seemed like a tiger, was the size of an elephant, had 2 light golden dragon horns on its head, and a pair of black wings. It was the Qiong Qi that Lady and the tiny vortex had joined forces to seal within Yang Yi that day. As soon as Qiong Qi appeared here, the expressions of the white-robed old man and the other emperors had instantly changed. It had become unsightly and solemn. Even though they didn't know what that monster before them was, their instinct told them that it was dangerous, very dangerous. It wasn't just the white-robed old man and the others who had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Yang Yi was the same as well, because Qiong Qi was much stronger than he was in the past. Just that roar had almost caused Yang Ye's mind to collapse. Most importantly, Qiong Qi had immediately severed the link between them once he emerged. Yang Yi grabbed sword precursor's hilt as he gazed at the Qiong Qi before him, whose blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity. Moreover, the profound energy and stellar energy within Yang Yi had started to circulate slowly. Besides the huge increase in his strength, the reason he dared to summon the Qiong Qi was because he knew that the Heaven Tao and the Guardians would definitely not tolerate Qiong Qi's existence. After all, Qiong Qi was from the same place as the Defiant Cultivators. Moreover, that fellow really hated the Heaven Tao of this dimension. Even if the Heaven Tao decided to spare him, he would definitely not spare the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi was absolutely right. Another Eye of the Heaven Tao had immediately appeared when the Qiong Qi appeared here, and it was even larger than the last one. Besides that, the first thing Qiong Qi had looked at when he appeared here hadn't been Yang Yi, and he'd looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Tao instead. That allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. He felt that it was best if Qiong Qi were to fight the Eye of the Heaven Tao and the Guardians so that he could take advantage of the situation. However, Qiong Qi suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched while he slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Qiong Qi started walking towards Yang Yi, and it made Yang Ye's eyes narrow slightly. Suddenly, the white-robed old man in the sky spoke abruptly, "A ferocious beast. You're that ferocious beast which came to this world with those defiant cultivators all those years ago. I never expected that survivors still existed in this dimension. It's fine. I'll just deal with you today as well." As soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, one of the emperors by his side immediately transformed into a huge golden beam of light that shot at the Qiongqi. Qiongqi stopped, moved his gaze away from Yang Yi, and looked up at the golden beam that was coming at him. A ferocious expression flashed through his eyes before he roared with fury and transformed into a black ray of light that shot up into the air. Bang! Yang Yi, the white-robed old man, and the others watched with astonishment as the golden beam of light dispersed in an instant. A loud explosion and a muffled grunt resounded in the sky before the golden light and black light fully dispersed. Both Qiongqi and the emperor's figure appeared before everyone. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched once more when he saw the scene before his eyes, while a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. Qiongqi was still there, and so was the emperor. However, that emperor's head was missing, and it was in Qiongqi's claw. Qiongqi had killed that emperor in an instant, and he'd done so with such ease. Yang Yi felt that it was too much for him to fathom. After all, when had emperors become that weak? The white-robed old man and the others revealed unprecedentedly solemn expressions. Qiongqi tossed the head into his mouth, took a few bites, and then spat it out. The ants of a lowly world like this one are truly disgusting. He suddenly turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and said, "Your flesh should be not bad." Yang Yi refused to show weakness. He looked up at Qiongqi and spoke indifferently, "I'm afraid your teeth might not be strong enough. Let me try." Qiongqi was about to attack once he finished speaking, and Yang Yi was prepared to draw his sword. However, a bolt of violet divine lightning suddenly emerged from the eye of the heaven Tao in the sky, and it descended in Qiongqi's direction. Qiongqi moved his gaze away from Yang Yi and looked up at the eye of the heaven Tao. His eyes were filled with disdain as his figure transformed into a ray of black light that slammed against the divine lightning. Bang! The divine lightning was instantly obliterated. It simply seemed as if it had never appeared here. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. That fellow is beyond strong. Qiongqi hadn't stopped there. His figure shot up with the intention of colliding with the eye of the heaven Tao. "How dare you!" The white-robed old man roared furiously and slapped his palm at Qiongqi from afar. An energy palm immediately descended from above and smashed down in Qiongqi's direction. A wisp of astonishment arose in Yang Ye's eyes because he noticed that there were at least 10,000 energy palms overlapped in that palm attack. The energy palm struck against Qiongqi's body. The sky shook violently while the space in the surroundings was about to shatter. However, for some unknown reason, the space there instantly returned to normal. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the space there had grown even stronger. Even the true form of Heavenrind might not be able to damage the space there at this moment. The white-robed old man's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He didn't continue looking down on Qiongqi and immediately gave the order, "Kill that beast first." As far as the white-robed old man was concerned, Yang Yi naturally couldn't compare to Qiongqi. Moreover, Qiongqi posed the greatest threat to him. So long as he dealt with Qiongqi, then wouldn't dealing with Yang Yi be as easy as waving his arm? As soon as the white-robed old man gave the order, the other 8 emperors behind him attacked simultaneously and shot towards Qiongqi. Bang! The joint attack of 8 emperors instantly slammed Qiongqi's figure down from the sky. But it didn't take long for him to charge up once more, and then his figure expanded incessantly. He was around 10 times larger than before when he arrived in the sky again. Bang! An emperor was struck by his figure and instantly transformed into a ray of light that flew off into the distance. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that emperor had been instantly blasted into a pile of mush. Yang Yi gulped. Can the true form of Heavenrind really kill that fellow? Yang Yi was very confident earlier, yet now, after he grew larger, Qiongqi's strength had simply multiplied. Anyone he slammed against was practically killed in an instant. Even the strongest in the group, the white-robed old man, didn't dare to go head-on against Qiongqi. The most terrifying part about Qiongqi wasn't his physical strength, it was his claws and teeth. They were so sharp that they could tear through space with ease. In less than 15 minutes of time, 5 emperors had fallen. Yang Yi was horrified by the sight of this. He wanted to flee, but there was a problem. Where could he go? Moreover, he noticed that Qiongqi's aura was constantly locked onto him. So long as he dared to flee, Qiongqi would definitely charge at him. Even though Yang Yi was very quick, his speed was nothing before Qiongqi. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Dao suddenly opened its eyelids, and then a bolt of violet lightning which stretched for almost 3 kilometers descended from the sky. It was extremely swift and slammed against Qiongqi's body in just an instant. Bang! Qiongqi's figure crashed down from midair, but he stopped after just falling around 1 kilometer. Yang Yi noticed that there were over a dozen injuries on Qiongqi's body, and the sight of this allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. Luckily, that fellow isn't invincible. It made sense. After all, there were 9 emperors in the Eye of the Heaven Dao, so it would be truly unbelievable if Qiongqi was completely unharmed before such a force. Even though Qiongqi was injured, 6 of those guardians were dead now. 6 emperors. An absolutely terrifying number. Qiongqi didn't continue attacking, and the white-robed old man's group didn't attack as well. But the Eye of the Heaven Dao hadn't stopped and sent down another bolt of violet divine lightning. This time, it was around 6 kilometers long. As soon as it appeared in the sky, the space in an area of 50,000 kilometers around it had started to tremble violently. Ferocity flashed into Qiongqi's eyes as he shot up once more into the sky, and he raised his claw and slammed it against the divine lightning. Bang! This time, the divine lightning didn't vanish. It just shook violently and cracked apart. A moment later, Qiongqi's other claw slammed against it. Bang! The divine lightning shattered into pieces, but Qiongqi was also blasted around 1 kilometer downwards. Yang Yi noticed that there was a wisp of scarlet-red blood on the corner of Qiongqi's mouth. He'd been injured. If Qiongqi was willing to work together, then Yang Yi wouldn't mind lending Qiongqi a hand. However, Qiongqi's aura was still locked onto him even until this very moment. So, how could Yang Yi dare to help Qiongqi? After all, that fellow would immediately turn his claws on Yang Yi once the guardians were dealt with. Attack! Meanwhile, the white-robed old man spoke abruptly, and then the 4 of them dived down in Qiongqi's direction. Fuck off! Qiongqi roared with fury and slapped his right claw upwards. Bang! The space around his claw shook violently as his claw tore straight through space and slammed against one of the emperors in the sky. That emperor was instantly obliterated. Retreat! Suddenly, a voice that carried an ancient aura resounded from far away in the sky. The white-robed old man and the others immediately revealed expressions of joy when they heard the voice, and they moved aside. Even the violet divine lightning which had emerged from the Eye of the Heaven Dao had been sucked back into it. Yang Yi noticed that Qiongqi had a solemn expression on his face. It didn't take long for an aged and ancient aura to appear here, and then a gray-robed old man with a hunched back appeared in the sky. Yang Ye's pupils constricted because the old man felt simply unfathomable to him. At the same time, the tiny vortex started to spin madly. It was a warning. The tiny vortex felt threatened. Is he above the Emperor realm? The gray-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then his gaze descended onto Qiongqi, a ferocious beast from outside our region. Your strength isn't bad. I just happen to lack a mount. Are you willing to submit to me? Roar! Qiongqi transformed into a ray of black light that shot up into the sky in the old man's direction. That was his answer. Perhaps I would fear you if you were at your prime. However, you don't even have a fifth of your full strength right now, yet you dare to act presumptuously before me? As soon as the old man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and tapped his finger forward. It seemed like his finger possessed boundless energy, and Qiongqi immediately howled with pain upon colliding with the old man's figure. After that, Qiongqi's figure crashed down from midair and slammed into the ground. But it didn't take long for Qiongqi's figure to emerge from beneath the ground. However, his skin had cracked apart. The gray-robed old man was about to attack again, but he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I should deal with you first. Someone branded with the blood sentence will only bring calamity if allowed to live." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned while his gaze descended onto the scarf on Yang Ye's forehead which Lady had given to him. The old man pondered deeply for a moment before flicking a ray of bright light at Yang Yi, and it blasted the scarf apart before Yang Yi could even react. At the same moment that the scarf shattered, Lady, who was seated cross-legged in a palace on a mortal island in the zither of love, had suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 11:53. As soon as the scarf was destroyed, the character on Yang Ye's forehead instantly appeared before the gray-robed old man and the others. Their eyes instantly narrowed slightly at the sight of it, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi wasn't just branded with a blood sentence. He was even a sinner of the dimension. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "A blood sentence and a sinner of the dimension? You've truly surprised me." Yang Yi didn't speak. The profound energy and stellar energy within him was circulating madly as he held tightly onto Sword Precursor's hilt. The energy within him was accumulating madly, causing the space around him to start rippling soundlessly. Even though the old man's strength felt unfathomable to him and wasn't something he could resist, Yang Yi refused to stand by idly and wait for death to arrive. In his opinion, he had to fight regardless of whether he could win the battle. "Do you know how laughable you are?" The gray-robed old man spoke abruptly when he noticed that Yang Yi was accumulating strength. "That sword of yours isn't bad. Even though your cultivation is low, your strength is passable. Your strength is barely sufficient when that sword of yours is included. However, trying to kill me is like an ant proclaiming its intent to kill an elephant. It's ignorant and laughable." Yang Yi paid no attention to the gray-robed old man, and he turned around to look at Xiongqi instead. "You have two choices right now. The one stays to wait for me to die, and then die. The two NDIS to join forces with me and kill them." Xiongqi gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed a finger at the eye of the Heaven Tao. "Both of our existence isn't tolerated by the Heaven Tao. We can be considered to be the same to a certain extent. Now, we'll have a chance to survive if we join forces. Otherwise, both of us will be finished." How laughable! Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man revealed a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth. It simply seemed like he was looking at two ants discussing how to kill an elephant. Xiongqi glanced at the old man, and then he turned around to look at Yang Yi. Get on? Even though he was arrogant, he was no fool. The current situation wasn't something that he could resist on his own. Just like Yang Yi had said, they would have a chance at survival if they joined forces. Otherwise, both of them would die. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard Xiongqi, and then his figure shot onto Xiongqi's back. Xiongqi suddenly said, "Well, destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao first. Why aren't we killing that old man first?" Yang Yi was puzzled. The gray-robed old man was the strongest amongst the people here. So long as they dealt with him, the others wouldn't be much of a threat. He's just a clone. Xiongqi continued, "We have to destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao and charge out of this dimension. Otherwise, once his true body arrives, then we will definitely die unless I'm able to regain my peak strength." A clone. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. He hadn't imagined that the old man was actually just a clone. Even a clone was so strong. So he could only guess how terrifying the old man really was. Xiongqi instructed, "Hang your sword on your waist and hold onto my horn with your left hand. Draw your sword and strike once I've charged up to the Eye of the Heaven Tao." Yang Yi replied, "I can do that on my own." Xiongqi explained, "The Eye of the Heaven Tao is nothing but trash. We have to break through the barrier of this dimension in one go and leave this stellar region. Otherwise, there'll be no end to their forces." "So that's why." Yang Yi nodded. "Then let's do it." "Do it my ass." Xiongqi spoke angrily. "Your body can't endure my speed and strength at all. You have to strengthen your body with stellar energy. Otherwise, you'll be torn into pieces as soon as I start charging." Yang Yi was quite embarrassed, and he hurriedly drew down stellar energy into his body. After he strengthened his body with stellar energy, Yang Yi hung his sword on his waist and grabbed tightly onto its hilt with his right hand, while his left hand held tightly onto Cheong Chi's horn. He said, "Let's do it." How laughable! Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man suddenly appeared below the Eye of the Heaven Tao. "Come, let me see how you ants are going to destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao right in front of my eyes." Yang Yi asked, "What should we do?" "Crush them both." As soon as Cheong Chi finished speaking, he slammed his claws against the ground and shot upwards. At the exact same instant that Cheong Chi's figure charged upwards, Yang Yi's eyes had instantly opened wide. After that, he felt like his entire body was being dragged apart by a myriad of horses. His entire body hurt. "Draw your sword." Suddenly, Cheong Chi's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi shuddered and quickly drew his sword. As soon as he swung his sword, Cheong Chi and him had just arrived before the gray-robed old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he slapped his palm against Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! A loud explosion resounded. The white-robed old man and the others watched with astonishment as the gray-robed old man's arm was instantly severed. The gray-robed old man's expression changed drastically because Head never imagined that the joint forces of these two ants would actually be so formidable. If he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, then he would have been slashed into two. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Cheong Chi didn't slow down at all as they charged towards the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The Eye of the Heaven Tao noticed that danger was approaching, and it immediately emanated a ray of dazzling light before a bolt of violet divine lightning flashed out from within it. However, it was instantly sliced up like paper when it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. After slicing through the bolt of divine lightning with ease, Yang Yi and Cheong Chi instantly arrived before the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and then Yang Yi swung his sword at it. Bang! The entire sky shook violently, and then the Eye of the Heaven Tao exploded into pieces. It transformed into countless specks of energy that rained down from the sky. However, Yang Yi and Cheong Chi still didn't stop moving. They transformed into a ray of violet light that shot towards the distance. The true form of Heavenren coupled with both Cheong Chi's speed and strength caused its might to be entirely capable of obliterating the world. It could be said that the true form of Heavenren which Head just executed was countless times stronger than any of the times Head executed it in the past. That was exactly why the gray-robed old man had almost been killed in an instant. As for the Eye of the Heaven Tao, it was shattered with ease. Most importantly, the energy of Yang Yi's Heavenren hadn't dispersed yet. "Stop them!" Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man's voice resounded, and then three of the emperors at the side shot off in Yang Yi and Cheong Chi's direction. However, they noticed to their astonishment that they couldn't catch up at all. They could only watch as Cheong Chi shot forward explosively, while carrying Yang Yi, who was holding his sword up high. Actually, even if they could catch up, they wouldn't dare to obstruct Yang Yi and Cheong Chi's path. The current state that man and beast were in was something that could kill emperors like dogs. 10 breath of time later. Bang! A loud explosion resounded far away in the sky, and then a large hole appeared in the distant sky. The gray-robed old man and the others had utterly gloomy expressions on their faces, because the barrier around this dimension had been breached. What was a dimensional barrier? It was a barrier that stopped the inhabitants of a world from entering outer space. Those at the Emperor realm could leave the dimension they were from, but they had to overcome their heavenly tribulation and obtain the Heaven Tao's permission to leave. In other words, the dimension barrier would only open up for emperors and allow them to leave a world. Yet now, it wasn't the Heaven Tao that had opened the barrier, and the barrier had been broken open by force. In other words, until the barrier was repaired, many who hadn't attained the Emperor realm could leave the dimension at any time. Of course, those without sufficient strength would be courting death by leaving the radiant dimension. In the sky, as soon as a hole was blasted open in the barrier, a finger that was covered in wrinkles suddenly appeared and tapped Cheong Chi's body. Bang! Cheong and Yang Yi instantly crashed down from the sky, and it only took a few moments for them to slam into the ground. But it didn't take long for them to charge out from beneath the ground. However, both Yang Yi and Cheong Chi's bodies were covered in injuries. Yang Yi was the one with the heaviest injuries. This time, he was simply crippled. The skin throughout his body had cracked apart. In short, it was almost similar with the injuries Head suffered after the first battle at the Thousand Crane sect. The only difference was that he was awake. Of course, he wished he could fall unconscious. Xiongqi wasn't in a better state. His scales had crackled apart, especially his head. There was a bloody hole there which had been pierced open by the finger from before. Both of them looked up into the sky, and they saw an old man walking slowly through the hole in the sky. The old man's appearance was actually exactly similar to the gray-robed old man. When the gray-robed old man saw this old man, he instantly transformed into a ray of light that entered the old man in the sky. Xiongqi said, "That's his real body." Yang Yi nodded slightly while the tiny vortex within him was revolving. A short while passed before the old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi and Xiongqi. "I never expected that two abnormalities like you would have appeared in this dimension. You killed guardians and destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Both of you are quite capable indeed. I intended to kill both of you right away, but that would be meaningless. So, I'm going to extract your souls, hang them before the barrier of this dimension, and allow both of you to suffer the pain of having your souls burned by the sun for eternity." The old man didn't waste another bit of his breath. He immediately stretched out his right hand and waved it downwards, causing an emaciated palm to instantly appear in the air above Yang Yi and Xiongqi. Right when Yang Yi was about to utilize the tiny vortex to fight to the death, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure raised her hand and tapped it upwards. Bang! The old man's palm instantly exploded into bits. Lady. It was Lady. The old man frowned when he saw her, an emperor in the world of mortals. I never expected another abnormality to exist in this dimension. Fine, they'll deal with all of you at the same time. The old man was about to attack once he finished speaking. However, Lady suddenly stretched out her hand towards the sky and said, "Peacekeeper." As soon as she spoke, a ray of white light suddenly tore through the starry sky from far away outside the radiant dimension, and it obliterated anything in its path. In next to no time, a ray of white light descended from the sky and entered Lattice grasp. Chapter 1154. Chapter 1154. He deserves death. It was a halberd. Lady was holding a white halberd in her grasp. It was completely snow white as if it was made of white jade. It was a little over 3 m in length and 3 fingers wide. There was a huge beast that was bearing its fangs carved on the halberd's pole, and it seemed to be filled with ferocity and the intent to swallow its enemies. Far away in the universe, there was a star within the boundless starry sky. At the moment Lady took hold of the halberd, a middle-aged man who sat cross-legged at the seat of the host in a palace there had suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of excitement and joy in his eyes. "Young miss, I finally found you. Immediately set out. Don't try to save energy. Just teleport through space." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man shot up into the sky, and another 50 cultivators in fiery red armor followed behind him. All of them were emperors. A moment later, the middle-aged man's group had instantly teleported past countless dimensions. The spirit dimension. Lady withdrew her gaze and looked up at the old man. "Do you want to fight?" The old man gazed at her and said, "You're not from this dimension." Lady gazed at him and spoke calmly, "Does it make a difference?" The old man gazed at her for a short while and said, "Right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man raised both his hands and pressed them down lightly. In an instant, the brightly illuminated sky had instantly fallen into darkness. Countless stars covered the sky above the radiant dimension, and then countless stars started to revolve and form a vortex of stars. Yang Ye's pupils constricted as he sat on Xiongqi's back, and he felt beyond shocked. After all, it had instantly changed the world and caused stars to appear in the sky. What sort of divine technique is that? At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel defeated, because he noticed that even the true form of Heavenrend was probably useless before the old man's technique. This time, he truly realized how tiny he was. Was it shameful to admit one's weakness? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it wasn't. If a person couldn't clearly comprehend himself and understand where he stood, then that was shameful. It wasn't just shameful, it was very sad. After the vortex of stars appeared in the sky, countless beams of crystal blue light shot out from the stars and descended like raindrops in a storm towards Lady. Actually, they should be said to be descending towards Lady, Yang Yi, and Qiongqi, because all three of them were enveloped beneath it. Yang Ye's expression changed at the sight of this. Those beams of crystal blue energy contained energy that he couldn't resist at all. Not even one of them, because those crystal blue beams of energy contained some sort of mysterious energy as well. Yang Yi gazed at Lady, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qiongqi's pupils had constricted slightly as well. He would naturally not fear such an attack if he was in his prime. Yet now, he would be crippled even if he could survive those beams of energy. Qiongqi's gaze descended onto Lady. At this moment, he had no choice but to place his hopes on her. Lady's face remained expressionless as she watched the beams of crystal blue light rain down like a storm. She withdrew a white silk ribbon and tied her shoulder-length hair. When the crystal blue beams of light arrived around 1K above her, Lady suddenly tightened her grip on the halberd and flicked it upwards. The brink laws. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. Hiss. It sounded like a blade slicing through cloth as the crystal blue beams of light were instantly obliterated. At the same time, the vortex of stars instantly shattered into bits. A few moments later, everything here returned to normal. The old man gazed at Lady while an unprecedentedly solemn expression could be seen on his face. Qiongqi had a solemn expression in his eyes as well, and there was trace of fear within them as well. Rise. Meanwhile, Lady's voice resounded, and then she shot up into the sky. Her speed was very strange. In the beginning, she was very swift, but she gradually slowed down. It didn't take long for her to be as fast as someone walking. The energy of time. Qiongqi suddenly spoke solemnly. At the same time, the old man's expression grew extremely unsightly as well. Yang Yi was puzzled. The energy of time? She's really strong. Qiongqi spoke solemnly. She has grasped a portion of the energy of time. While she seems to be very slow, it only seems that way to us. Actually, her speed is at a level that can't be distinguished by the eye. Have you noticed that old bastard's expression? He's being enveloped by the energy of time, and he's facing her true speed instead. Suddenly, Lady and the old man vanished at the same time. Qiongqi spoke in a low voice. The old geezer is launching a counterattack. Yang Yi asked, You can see them? Of course. Qiongqi spoke coldly. Even their joint forces would be no match for me at my prime. Qiongqi paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, Actually, that thing within you is the truly formidable one. If you can utilize its full strength, then you can seal this entire dimension or store this dimension within it. No, even this entire stellar region can be sealed by it. Yang Ye's expression changed. You know about its origins? Qiongqi replied, I know a little. Then why aren't you trying to take it from me? Yang Yi was puzzled. After all, the primordial pagoda was absolutely heaven-defying. Not to mention Qiongqi, Yang Yi believed that all the supreme experts in this universe would come to take it from him if its true abilities were exposed. Qiongqi spoke indifferently. I don't want to die. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? It has acknowledged you as its owner. In other words, you're an inheritor of that person's mantle. When he spoke up to this point, Qiongqi's voice carried a trace of fear, and he didn't speak further. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Who is that person you speak of? Actually, he knew very little about the primordial pagoda, and it was the same for the identities of Shaoqi and that white-haired old man who'd once appeared within the pagoda. He knew nothing about them, but he knew that the person Qiongqi spoke of was probably the white-haired old man. Qiongqi suddenly asked, How much have you recovered? Yang Yi was slightly stunned and said, Around 50 or 60%. Qiongqi's eyelids twitched, and he almost cursed. After all, the injuries Yang Yi suffered earlier weren't even the slightest bit inferior to his own. Yet now, Yang Yi had recovered by almost 60%. Such speed of recovery. It made Xiongqi doubt that it was even human. Xiongqi sighed, and then he looked up at the white-robed old man's group of 3. How about we join forces and kill them? Yang Yi looked up at them while a cold smile curled up on his lips. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, I can't execute that drawing technique from before. So, allow me to direct the battle, all right? Xiongqi pondered deeply for an instant and nodded. Once he saw Xiongqi nod, Yang Yi condensed an intense sword in his right grasp, and then he pressed it against the center of his forehead. Meanwhile, the remaining profound energy in his body started to circulate. The white-robed old man and the other's expressions changed slightly when Yang Yi and Xiongqi's gazes descended upon them, and they were about to attack. However, Xiongqi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and Xiongqi was around 300 m behind them when he appeared once more. The white-robed old man's pupils suddenly constricted while his figure stiffened, and disbelief filled his eyes. It didn't take long for the color in his eyes to fade, and then his head tilted to the side and rolled down to the ground. An emperor had been killed in an instant. The other 2 emperors were horrified. It was the ultimate version of death by a thought. Yang Yi hadn't executed the true form of Heaven Rend. While it was strong, its side effects were severe. Moreover, he would definitely be finished if he were to execute it again in his current state. So, he'd utilized the ultimate version of death by a thought. Moreover, it was numerous times stronger than any other time he'd executed it, because besides his own speed, strength, and intent, it was also enhanced by Xiongqi's speed and strength. So, it could kill an emperor in an instant. Yang Yi and Xiongqi gazed at the other 2 emperors. Both of them were horrified and were about to attack. However, Yang Yi and Xiongqi transformed into a ray of light and vanished once more. Hiss! The head of another emperor instantly flew up into the air. Xiongqi was about to charge once more, but Yang Yi quickly stopped him. Even though Yang Ye's body was at the divine shift realm, it still couldn't endure such successive executions of death by a thought. Killing 2 emperors was the maximum his body could endure. Xiongqi intended to say something, but Lady and the old man had appeared once more in the sky. Lady was still standing where she stood earlier, and her white dress was still completely untainted. As for the old man, he was still standing where he stood earlier as well. However, his arms were gone. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Meanwhile, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Lady's mouth, and it caused Yang Ye's expression to change. She's injured? The old man stared fixedly at her and said, "Who are you?" Lady pointed her halberd at Yang Yi and said, "I want to keep him alive." The old man spoke fiercely. "A sinner of the dimension deserves death. You too deserve death for protecting a sinner of the dimension. You think you can?" Lady's voice was very calm, but it carried a strand of ridicule. "What if we are included?" Meanwhile, a voice resounded from far away in the sky, and then 20 emperors and a red-robed old man appeared in the sky. 21 emperors. Coupled with the armless old man and that last emperor, there were 23 emperors here. The red-robed old man glanced at the armless old man and said, "Duan Mu, I didn't expect even your arms to be crippled." The armless man glanced at the red-robed old man. "Why don't you try fighting her?" The red-robed old man gazed at Lady, fell silent for a short while, and said, "No matter where you're from, since you've violated the rules of our stellar region, then you have to die? How dare you?" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from outside the broken barrier of the radiant dimension. The red-robed old man and armless old man's expressions changed when they heard the shout, and they turned around and looked up into the sky. The corners of Lady's eyes twitched slightly when she heard that voice, and then she slowly closed her eyes. In next to no time, a middle-aged man in fiery red armor who held a fiery red spear appeared in the sky, and there were 50 other men in fiery red armor following behind him. 51 emperors. The red-robed old man and armless old man's faces instantly became extremely solemn at the sight of this, especially when they saw the middle-aged man who led the ground. Based on his aura, he could be said to be the strongest and most terrifying existence here. The middle-aged man with the fiery red spear ignored the 2 old men and he went over to Lady with the others behind him. After that, everyone watched with astonishment as he took a knee before Lady and said, "The Hall Master of the Heavenly Flame Hall, Feng Sangyan, greets the young miss." The 50 emperors behind the middle-aged man hurriedly took a knee as well, and they lowered their heads before speaking in unison, "Greetings, young miss." Everyone else here was speechless. Chapter 11:55. Everyone here was stunned, including Yang Yi. He hadn't expected that she wasn't just strong. It seemed like her identity wasn't ordinary as well, because that middle-aged man who was kneeling before her was definitely an expert above the emperor realm. But it was exactly such an expert that was actually so respectful to Lady and had even knelt before her. What exactly is her background? Yang Yi's heart was filled with curiosity. The red-robed old man and the armless man immediately revealed solemn expressions as well. Meanwhile, Lady remained silent with her eyes closed, and Fan Sangyan and the others remained kneeling in silence. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. A long time passed before Lady said, "How's it like at home?" Fan Sangyan spoke respectfully, "Madam is very worried about you, and she tasked all 5 elemental halls to search for you, young Mississippi." Lady clenched her fists slightly when she heard this, and a short while passed before she said, "They still haven't changed their minds, right?" Fan Sangyan hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young miss, allow me to say something beyond my line of duty. The Lord and Madam have no other choice. Our clouds of heaven's stellar region is facing a formidable enemy. We've already lost over a dozen worlds. If it wasn't for the help from Wildland's stellar region, then we would have probably—" Fan Sangyan didn't dare speak further. Father has grown old. Lady suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at the halberd in her grasp. All those years ago, the heroic spirit of the war god who relied on this halberd to conquer a few dozen worlds is gone. There was a trace of unwillingness and helplessness in her voice at this point. Fan Sangyan didn't dare to respond to that. Lady gazed at the halberd in her grasp and said, "When he gave this to me, he told me not to bring shame to the name of the war god. I never dared to slack off because of that title, and I never brought shame to it. Yet now, he wants a war god to put down her weapon and form an alliance via marriage in order to save his empire." Lady suddenly turned around to look at Yang Yi and said, "Do you know what I admire the most about you?" Yang Yi remained silent. Fan Sangyan gazed at Yang Yi as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Lady gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Amongst the people I've met, your natural talent can only be considered as ordinary. As for your wisdom, it can only be described as terrible on many occasions. However, there's one thing you possess which people who have 10 times your wisdom or natural talent don't possess." Her voice grew heavier at this point. "It's how you would rather die than submit. No matter how strong the enemies you face are, you've never yielded or shown any fear. So long as they are your enemy, then you would dare to draw your sword. Many people aren't capable of that. Even I'm incapable of that at many times, and it's the same for my father who was once called the war god. To a certain extent, you're more manly than he is." Fan Kenjian's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard her. Yang Yi instantly felt embarrassed when he heard her praise him like that. He was about to speak a few words to be modest, but Lady continued, "But a person like you is bound to not live for long. Actually, it's a miracle that you've been able to survive until now." Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Xiongqi spoke abruptly, "Little girl, you're wrong." Lady gazed at him. Xiongqi continued, "It wasn't a miracle that allowed him to survive until now. It's because he is loyal. I've been with this kid for some time. Just as you said, I once thought that it was a miracle that had been able to survive until now. But later on, I realized that it wasn't the case. Even though this kid is ruthless, bloody, and kills without batting an eyelid, he's loyal. That's exactly why he has been able to survive until now, because there are always those who are willing to help him. Just like you. You're definitely not helping him just because you admire how much of a madman he is, right?" Lady fell silent while some of the scenes of the past couldn't help but appear in her mind. After staying silent for a moment, Lady suddenly waved her hand. In an instant, the scene here changed, and it became a world filled with stars. Countless stars covered the sky, and it was simply bewitching. Only Yang Yi and Lady were here. She glanced at him, and then she slowly laid down there and looked up at the stars above. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he walked over to her side and laid there. Yang Yi was the first to break the silence. "What did you want to tell me?" She looked up at the starry sky and spoke softly. "I'm from clouds of heaven stellar region. That stellar region has over 100 small worlds like the radiant dimension. All of them are under my clan's control, and they were conquered by my father. At that time, he was called the War God, and he was invincible throughout clouds of heaven stellar region. So, it didn't take long for him to unite the entire stellar region. However, a powerful enemy appeared. That enemy was very strong, and my father experienced how it felt to lose for the very first time. The war god who had practically never lost throughout clouds of heaven stellar region had lost for the first time. After that, my stellar region was pushed back repeatedly and lost over a dozen small worlds." Lady suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "Do you know where my injuries came from?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Lady explained, "My father wanted me to unite our stellar region with Wildland's stellar region in marriage, so that we could obtain its help. I didn't agree. I took that halberd, Peacekeeper, which my father gave me, and challenged that person who once defeated my father. I wanted to prove to my father that I could protect clouds of heaven stellar region. I'm sure you know what the outcome was. I lost. My cultivation dropped, and I have to suffer eternal pain from the cosmic rays within me." Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and took her hand. She gazed at him, yet she didn't struggle free and just continued looking at him. Yang Yi said, "Those cosmic rays are still within you, right?" She replied, "Yes." Yang Yi nodded slightly and closed his eyes. It didn't take long for the tiny vortex within him to suddenly start spinning. It grew faster and faster before a strand of suction force surged out from Yang Yi's arm. Lattice pupils constricted. "Stop." However, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. In next to no time, 3 dark red threads flowed out of her arm and entered Yang Yi's body. As soon as that happened, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide while his eyeballs had practically popped out of their sockets. After that, his entire face warped before he fell unconscious a moment later. The cosmic rays hadn't entered the tiny vortex, and they were circulating around Yang Yi's heart of slaughter instead. A while later, Yang Yi's mind cleared up slightly, and he opened his eyes slowly as well. He was still in that starry sky, yet he was lying in Lattice's arms. At this moment, she was looking at him. She asked, "Why? I might not be able to kill that enemy of yours, but I can help you recover." Yang Yi smiled. "At the very least, it seems like I'm the only one capable of that." Lady gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she looked up at the starry sky. "You know, there are countless expanses of stars outside this one. The universe is boundless. Many stellar regions are ruled by the human race, but there are also many that are ruled by other races. In short, the universe is huge while we are very weak and tiny." Lady lowered her head to look at Yang Yi and continued, "I only have 2 choices once I return this time. The one stees to fight to my death, and the 2 NDIS to form an alliance through marriage. Which path do you want me to take?" Chapter 1156. Chapter 1156 Forced into Exile. Yang Yi spoke decisively. "None of them." Lady gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she withdrew ring. The ring was dark golden and had the head of a ferocious beast on it. There was a small character which represented war at the center of the head. She placed it on Yang Yi's index finger and said, "Come to clouds of heaven stellar region in 3 years, and then tell it to me again. You don't have to come if more than 3 years pass, because it would be pointless then. Understand?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "I'll definitely come if you tell me your name." She replied, "Shuangweiran." Yang Yi said, "Wait for me." She looked up at the sky and said, "This stellar region is called Sky River Stellar Region, and it's under the control of a power called the Alliance of Guardians. They control around 30 worlds, and your current strength is utterly insufficient to fight them. So, I've decided to send you to Dark Hell Stellar region instead. It's a very chaotic stellar region that's without a heaven Tao and practically without any order. The people there are willing to do anything in order to gain spirit veins and energy stones. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Yang Yi said, I have no choice, right? Once you gain a foothold there, you'll be able to improve your strength swiftly, because the heaven Tao doesn't exist there. So even if you advance into the Emperor realm, the heaven Tao wouldn't send its wrath down upon you. But it wouldn't be the same in any other world. Just like this world. If you are to advance into the Saint realm here, the heaven Tao itself would definitely descend. I was unable to rival the strength of the heaven Tao even when I was at my prime. She continued, most importantly, there's something there that'll be extremely helpful to you. You must get it. Yang Yi asked, what? She replied, the stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi frowned. The stellar sword diagram? She nodded slightly. It was created by an ancient expert through observing the universe. Once it's activated, you can transform the energy of the stars into sword energy. If you have a peerless sword as a catalyst, it can even destroy an entire stellar region. Most importantly, it might be able to help you master the sword domain. Master the sword domain? Yang Ye's pupils constricted, even though she told him that he had to gain comprehension in order to master the sword domain. The problem was how to gain such comprehension. He didn't have the slightest clue because he hadn't even seen another sword domain. If he meditated for a few hundred years behind closed doors, then perhaps he could comprehend something. But the problem was that he didn't have the time to do so. Lady nodded and said, because the sword domain is a requirement to utilize it. So, it definitely possesses techniques to utilize the sword domain. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi said, do you have its exact location? She shook her head slightly in response. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Lady said, actually, it might be related to you. Yang Yi was stunned. It's related to me? She replied, remember the tree of creation? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Lady said, all those years on clouds of heaven stellar region, while I was still young, I met a white-haired old man who wore a blue and white Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk. He seemed to be looking for someone and mistook me for that person. In the end, he noticed that he'd found the wrong person. But he said that us meeting was fate, so he gave me a fruit of creation and taught me for some time. In the end, I planted that fruit, and it grew into a fruit of creation. Blue and white Taoist robe? A horsetail whisk? Yang Yi frowned and pondered deeply for a while, and then his eyes suddenly opened wide. It's him. The person Yang Yi spoke about was naturally the old man who had appeared within the primordial pagoda. That old man who came from the same place as Shao Qi. Lady said. At that time, he had a tiny pagoda with him, that same tiny pagoda within you. Besides my desire to heal my injuries, there was another reason why I asked you for it. I hoped to use the pagoda to help him find that person he was looking for. But I never expected that it had acknowledged you as its master. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, do you know how strong he was? Very strong. Lady looked Yang Yi in the eyes and spoke with a serious expression on her face. You know, Dark Hell Stellar region was once a medium world. It was around the size of 100 radiant dimension, and it had countless experts. However, the Heaven Tao and some mysterious experts of that world had offended that old man for some reason. After that, the Heaven Tao of that world and those mysterious experts were annihilated. Besides that, it was reduced to a small world, and its spirit energy gradually dried up. Moreover, a mysterious barrier of energy covered it, causing none to be able to leave it. Yet he was just one of a billion clones. Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi finally said, what does the stellar sword diagram have to do with that? Lady explained, the strongest expert of that medium world was a sword cultivator, and he utilized the stellar sword diagram in the battle with the old man. He drew down the energy of the stars and transformed them into sword energy. In the end, the old man vanished, but he died as well. However, the stellar sword diagram was lost within Dark Hell Stellar region. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while and said, how will I find you in the future? You'll naturally be able to find out once you possess sufficient strength. If you don't have sufficient strength, then it's pointless to know that. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand lightly. The scene here changed, and it didn't take long for the scene around them to return to normal. Fen Songyan was about to speak when he suddenly gazed at the ring on Yang Ye's hand. His expression changed drastically at the sight of it and spoke furiously. "How dare you?" Fen Songyan stopped abruptly because Lady was looking at him. "I gave it to him." Fen Songyan was slightly stunned, and then his face grew extremely unsightly. "Young miss, what right does he have to possess it?" "That's," she replied. "Do I need your approval when I do things?" Fen Songyan hurriedly lowered his head and spoke with a trembling voice. "No." Lady withdrew her gaze from him and looked at Xiong Qi. 10 years. Stay with him for 10 years, and I'll save you now. Xiong Qi glanced at the red-robed old man's group in the sky. He didn't hesitate for long before he nodded to her. After all, 10 years were only a moment for him. Lady looked up at the red-robed old man and said, "I'll make him leave this world, and we'll let the matter rest. All right?" The red-robed old man gazed at Lady and the others for a short while, and then he said, "Everyone related to him must leave this world." 3 years. Lady said, "They'll leave in 3 years. If they don't, then you can kill or banish them as you please." The red-robed old man pondered deeply for a long time, and then he said, "All right." Lady turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "It's quite harsh to you. However, it's a price you have to pay for being one who would rather die than yield. Remember that if you can't return with absolute strength, then everyone related to you will die." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hands slightly. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi and Xiong Qi started to tremble, and then both of them vanished on the spot. Roar! Yang Yi and Xiong Qi's shrill cries resounded. "Young miss, they are probably unable to endure the impact from traveling through the void." I forgot. End of Book 9. Chapter 11, 57. Book 10. Exile. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes after some time. It wasn't a blue sky and white clouds that appeared before him, and it was a gray and hazy sky instead. Lightning flashed successively from time to time within the gray and hazy clouds. The world is slightly different. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then fell into deep sleep again. "Big Sister Kanglin, there's someone here. Unfortunately, he's just a half-saint." A voice that carried slight regret resounded. It didn't take long for 3 women to arrive before Yang Ye's body, which was lying on the ground. The woman who led the group was over the age of 20, wore tight-fitting silver armor, and had a curvaceous figure. However, her pretty face had a scar that was a few centimeters long on her left cheek. The scar was like a hideous centipede, and it seemed very terrifying. The scarred woman's gaze sized up Yang Yi for a moment. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the ring on Yang Ye's finger. She waved her right hand, and it instantly flew into her grasp. One of the women by her side hurriedly asked, "Is it a spatial ring? Are there any energy stones in it?" The scarred woman shook her head slightly, and then she withdrew a dagger and swung it lightly against the ring. Clang! Sparks flew, and then her dagger instantly shattered into countless pieces. "It's a treasure!" The eyes of the 3 red women who wore beast skin had instantly lit up at the sight of this. After all, that dagger was a low-grade divine rank treasure. Surprise flashed through the scarred woman's eyes. She gazed at the ring for a while before putting it away. After that, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. The woman in beast skin asked, "What should we do with him? Kill him?" She turned around and left once she finished speaking. A cold smile arose on the corners of the other woman's mouth, and the dagger in her grasp shot towards Yang Ye's throat. Clang! Her dagger instantly broke apart while her figure was pushed a few dozen steps back. The scarred woman stopped walking and turned around to look at Yang Yi. The other woman did the same, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. "Big Sister Kanglin. He seems to be a body refiner." The woman in beast skin continued, "We can sell him off." The scarred woman pondered deeply for a moment, and then she nodded and vanished on the spot. A long time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he glanced at the surroundings. He was instantly stunned because he noticed that he was actually within a cage. Yang Yi didn't consider where he was. He hurriedly inspected his injuries instead. A short while passed before he heaved a sigh of relief and spoke softly, "Luckily, I'm just heavily injured. Everything else is normal." But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to frown, because he noticed that there wasn't even a trace of profound energy within him. Most importantly, he noticed that there was no spirit energy in the surroundings as well. No, it wasn't that there was no spirit energy, but it was extremely scarce to the point that it was practically non-existent. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he quickly closed his eyes to absorb stellar energy. A short while passed before he opened his eyes again, and his face was quite unsightly, because stellar energy actually couldn't descend to this place. Since he had no profound energy or stellar energy, the tiny vortex couldn't restore his body for him. But his body was covered in cracks right now. Actually, the damage his body suffered while traveling through space had been much more severe, but he still had some profound energy then. So, his injuries had recovered with the help of the tiny vortex. Yet now, his profound energy was exhausted. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed again. He suddenly lowered his gaze to his hand, and the ring on his index finger was gone. Her ring. Yang Yi's face was gloomy. After all, Lady had given it to him. Even though he didn't know what it represented, Fan Kenjian's reaction was sufficient for him to realize that it was definitely very important. Most importantly, it was Lady who gave it to him. Yang Yi tried hard to calm himself, because the most important matter at hand was to recover. Since there was no spirit energy in the surroundings while stellar energy couldn't descend to this world, he only had one other way to recover, and it was energy stones. Unfortunately, his spatial ring which held his energy stones had been obliterated as he traveled through space. Cheongqi. Suddenly, Yang Yi thought of Cheongqi, and he hurriedly lowered his gaze to his chest. There was a faint Cheongqi-shaped tattoo on his chest. However, he received no response no matter how he called out to Cheongqi. Yang Yi's face grew even gloomier. He tried to summon the sword spirit, but he received no reply as well. Looks like all of them are heavily injured. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This time, he really didn't have even a shred of strength. Suddenly, a woman in beast skin walked over. Both her upper body and lower body were wrapped by a single piece of beast skin each, and every other part of her body was exposed. She gave off a sense of wild seduction. Her appearance couldn't be described as pretty, but it wasn't ugly either. A high-rank saint. Yang Yi was quite surprised, because she had attained the high rank of the saint realm at such a young age. How did she cultivate so quickly? This damnable place has such a pitiable amount of spirit energy. The woman sized him up and said, "Who are you?" "I don't remember," replied Yang Yi. Using a loss of memory as an excuse was definitely the most suitable and easier way to get by. She sized him up again as if she wanted to discern if he was lying. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke in a slightly timid voice. You won't kill me, right?" A slight smile curled up on the corners of her mouth when she heard him. "I want?" "Because you can be sold for around 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones." Yang Yi was stunned. He blinked and said, "You're going to sell me? For 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones?" "Yes." She withdrew a blue-colored herb and placed it on Yang Yi's chest. Many powers like to take body refiners in, and then they refine them into puppets or use them for manual labor like digging out crystals. Besides that, some women like body refiners as well because they can extract the yang energy within body refiners for their own benefit. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Otherwise, you would definitely fetch a good price. All right, quickly eat that herb. It should be able to heal your injuries. I'm afraid that you wouldn't even be worth 5 extreme-grade energy stones while you're in that injured state. Yang Yi was speechless. The woman walked away as soon as she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Can you lend me a violet crystal?" If he had a violet crystal, then he could heal some of his injuries. At this moment, he was no different than an ordinary person. The woman turned around to look at Yang Yi when she heard him. She just looked at him, and she just looked at him until he felt quite uncomfortable before she finally spoke. "A violet crystal? You want me to lend you a violet crystal?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, they'll definitely return it to you." She walked over to him and squatted down in front of him. Do you know how many extreme-grade energy stones a violet crystal is equivalent to? Yang Yi naturally remembered the rate of exchange. 1 million. 1 million. She tapped Yang Ye's head and said, "Are you sure that you're all right?" Chapter 1158. Chapter 1158 actually. I usually don't kill. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's wrong? The woman in beast skin said, even though violet crystals are extremely precious, it's impossible for them to be worth 1 million extreme-grade energy stones. A single violet crystal is equivalent to around 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Yang Yi frowned slightly, but it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. He realized that the situation here was probably different from the radiant dimension. She continued, "You can be sold for 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones at the very most, while a violet crystal is equivalent to 10 of you. Even 10 of you might not be worth a violet crystal, yet you want to make me lend you a violet crystal? You really are quite sick. Moreover, I have to save for a few years to gain a single violet crystal, so how could I possibly lend one to you? I still intend to advance into the quasi-emperor realm." Yang Yi was speechless. "Quickly eat that herb. If you don't recuperate as soon as possible, then Big Sister Kanglin will kill you. She doesn't keep worthless people alive." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at the herb in his grasp and was quite speechless. What exactly is this world? Violet crystals and extreme-grade energy stones are actually that precious? Suddenly, the woman in beast skin walked over and said, "Let's go." Yang Yi asked, "You're letting me go?" She knocked Yang Ye's head and said, "You must be dreaming. You really don't seem normal at all. You've been captured and are about to be sold. But you don't seem to be sad at all, and you aren't afraid too." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he spoke in an extremely serious manner. "You're so beautiful and kind. So how could you possibly do something so cruel, right? Stop trying to flatter me. I couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to you if it isn't for the fact that you look a little like someone. Cut the crap and come with me. We've noticed a mountain range nearby, and there might be a spirit vein there." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Yi by the shoulder and started walking out of the dungeon. Once he left the dungeon, Yang Yi looked up at the sky. It was gray and hazy, while lightning flashed successively from time to time within the gray and hazy clouds. There was some spirit energy in the surroundings, but it was extremely scarce. Just as Lady had said, it was a world where the spirit energy here had almost dried up. At this moment, he understood why energy stones were so precious here. Energy stones were formed from spirit energy. Since spirit energy was so scarce here, energy stones were naturally extremely precious. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked towards the distance. There were over a dozen women in the distance, and the weakest amongst them was a saint. The woman who led the group had a scar on her face, and she was the strongest amongst them. She was a high-rank saint. While she was a high-rank saint, she gave Yang Yi the same feeling that a quasi-emperor would give him. Yang Yi thought in his heart, the geniuses of this world aren't simple at all. One of the women by the scarred woman's side frowned when she saw Yang Yi and the woman in beast skin. "Nan Shuang, didn't we ask you to kill him? Why have you brought him out here?" Yang Yi was speechless. The woman in beast skin who was called Nan Shuang gazed at the scarred woman instead. "Big Sister Kanglin, let this fellow stay with me. In any case, killing him won't produce any spirit energy." That woman by the scarred woman's side said, "Nan Shuang, are you still thinking about that fellow, Lin Xing? He's a disciple of the Dark Sky sect, and he has long since forgotten you. Wake up. Gulan, are you looking for a beating?" Nan Shuang clenched her fists as she glared at that woman, and she seemed like a raging tiger. Yang Yi glanced at Nan Shuang. "Could it be that I'm really quite similar in appearance to that fellow, Lin Xing? No matter what, it's a good thing. After all, if it wasn't for her protection, then he would probably be." "Enough." Meanwhile, the scarred woman gazed at Nan Shuang. "You can take him with you if you want, but I'll kill him myself if he proves to be a burden." Yang Yi glanced at the scarred woman. She seemed to have noticed Yang Ye's gaze and looked at him as well. However, Yang Yi had already moved his gaze away and stood behind Nan Shuang. The scarred woman's brows were knit slightly together, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, another woman suddenly ran over from afar, and there was a wisp of excitement and delight on her face. Big Sister Kanglin, we noticed a lone saint ahead, and he seems to even be injured. The eyes of the other women by the scarred woman's side had instantly lit up when they heard this, and there was a trace of excitement and joy in their eyes as well. After that, they gazed at the scarred woman. Let's go. As soon as she spoke, the scarred woman and the others shot towards the distance. Nan Shuang grabbed Yang Yi and flew off as well. Come, let's go kill him. Yang Yi asked, is that person an enemy of yours? Nan Shuang replied, no. Yang Yi was puzzled. Then why are all of you going to kill him? Nan Shuang answered, what a fool. Spirit energy will explode forth when saints are killed. Yang Ye's face froze, and a short while passed before he gulped. All of you are going to kill him because spirit energy will burst forth once he dies? Nan Shuang replied, why else? Yang Yi felt like his brain power wasn't enough to fathom all of this. When a saint fell, the spirit energy within that saint would be returned to the world. Yang Yi was naturally aware of that. But he hadn't expected that these women actually intended to kill someone who had no enmity with them because of that spirit energy. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of fear sweep through him when he thought up to this point, because he would have probably been killed by them if he was a saint. Even though his body was at the divine shift realm, they would definitely be able to kill him if they really wanted to. At the very most, they would have to exhaust a bit more effort. After all, the divine shift realm wasn't invincible. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, isn't doing that not very nice? Nan Shuang turned to glance at Yang Yi and said, I never noticed that you're quite kind. But how would we obtain energy stones if we don't kill saints for their spirit energy? How would we improve our strength without energy stones? How would we survive without strength? Actually, are you still just a half-saint because you've never killed anyone? Yang Yi had quite an uncomfortable expression on his face. He thought for a moment and said, actually, I usually don't kill. Chapter 1159. That won't do. Nan Shuang continued, you won't be able to survive in this world without killing. Of course, that's pointless to you, because he'll be selling you off once you've recovered. You're worth 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones after all. Yang Yi was speechless. We're here. Nan Shuang stopped. Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded from afar. Who are all of you? Do you realize that him? Yang Yi looked over and saw a middle-aged man being besieged by the scarred woman and the others. The middle-aged man's strength wasn't bad, and he was actually able to forcefully resist their joint forces. However, he hadn't been able to persist for long and was killed in a short while. At the moment the middle-aged man died, countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within him to be returned to the world. However, the scarred woman hurriedly withdrew a black gourd when the spirit energy emerged, and the black cloud instantly sucked away all the spirit energy while emanating a ray of dazzling light. Nan Shuang hurriedly led Yang Yi over. Meanwhile, the scarred woman had opened the black gourd, and when Yang Yi swept it with his divine sense, he noticed that there were around 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. They condensed spirit energy into energy stones? Yang Yi glanced at the gourd and felt rather surprised, because he hadn't expected that it could actually transform spirit energy into extreme-grade energy stones. It was slightly similar to Snowy's ability. However, it was much inferior to Snowy, because the gourd wasted too much spirit energy when producing extreme-grade energy stones. If Snowy had absorbed all that spirit energy, then it could have been transformed into at least 10 violet crystals. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to let Snowy show herself. Meanwhile, the scarred woman flicked her finger repeatedly, and a pile of extreme-grade energy stones appeared before every single one of the women here. Yang Yi glanced at them and noticed that there were around 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones in front of every one of them. Yang Yi glanced at the scarred woman because she'd taken almost half of the spoils. However, he was surprised to notice that the other women didn't reveal any displeasure and were very satisfied instead. Yang Yi fell silent at the sight of this. He realized that the laws of survival in this world was countless times more brutal than the radiant dimension. It was truly a dog-eat-dog world. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. Only by recovering his strength could he survive in this world. As for the stellar sword diagram and charging into the Saint Realm, he had to put them aside for now. His main objective right now was to survive. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar, and a middle-aged man appeared here. Everyone immediately shot their gazes at him, and their gazes were hostile, because the middle-aged man was a high-rank saint. I was too late in the end. The middle-aged man clenched his fists while quite a hideous expression could be seen on his face. He took a deep breath and gazed at the women before him. You even dared to kill one of us, Soul Eater Mercs. You really have some gall. Yang Yi noticed that their expressions instantly changed when they heard the middle-aged man. Their faces were quite unsightly and slightly pale. Don't let him leave. Meanwhile, the scarred woman's voice suddenly resounded, and then her figure shot towards the middle-aged man. As for the other women by her side, they hurriedly shot towards the middle-aged man as well. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected them to actually dare to kill him after Head revealed his identity. His face grew even more hideous, but he didn't attack. He just turned around and shot off towards the distance. After all, these women before him weren't weaker than him, and they had the numbers. So, he had no chance to win against them. In next to no time, the middle-aged man, the scarred woman, and the others vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, thought for a long time, but didn't choose to flee in the end. This world was too dangerous, and he might be killed at any moment if he were to leave this group. Even though these women weren't very friendly to him, they had no intention to kill him for now. In short, staying here was comparatively safer. It didn't take long for the scarred woman and the others to return. Yang Yi noticed that all of them carried unsightly expressions on their faces. Obviously, the middle-aged man had escaped. Nan Shuang asked, Big Sister Kanglin, what should we do? The woman called Kanglin looked up at a mountain range in the distance, and she fell silent for a long time before she said, Enter the mountain range. Nan Shuang hesitated for a moment and said, Big Sister Kanglin, while that spirit vein is important, but... Kanglin interrupted Nan Shuang and said, The Soul Eater Mercs will take at least 4 hours to rush over here. 4 hours is enough for us. Let's go. Kanglin's figure shot towards the mountain range once she finished speaking. The other women quickly followed her. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang arrived by Yang Yi's side, grabbed Yang Yi, and shot off towards the distance as well. Yang Yi asked Nan Shuang, Why don't all of you use profound energy? It would be faster that way. Because he noticed that they were relying on their physical bodies and not profound energy. If they used profound energy, then their speeds would definitely multiply. Are you stupid? Nan Shuang continued, Profound energy is used for battle. If we use it to increase our speed, then what would we do if we have no more profound energy when we encounter danger? Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he suddenly looked down at Nan Shuang's waist. There was a blood-red palm print there. Yang Yi asked, You're injured? Nan Shuang said, It's just a minor injury. Yang Yi said, Give me 10 extreme-grade energy stones, all right? No. Nan Shuang refused decisively. I have to save them for advancing into the quasi-emperor realm. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Lend me 10 extreme-grade energy stones, all right? They'll return 10 violet crystals to you in the future. Nan Shuang glanced at Yang Yi and said, Even though you're absolutely weak, you're really good at bragging. Yang Yi felt speechless. A short while passed before Nan Shuang withdrew 10 extreme-grade energy stones and passed them to Yang Yi. Remember that you have to return 10 violet crystals to me. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just took them and swallowed them. A short while later, threads of violet energy appeared within him, and he stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against Nan Shuang's waist. Yang Yi's hand had just touched her waist when Nan Shuang suddenly grabbed his throat and said, Not only are you good at bragging, you are quite perverted too, huh? Yang Yi didn't explain. He just withdrew his hand, and Nan Shuang was stunned. She looked down at her waist, and the blood-red palm print there was gone. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi again. Your profound energy can heal? Yang Yi nodded. He wanted to heal himself too, but that little bit of extreme-grade energy stones wasn't sufficient at all. His injuries required at least 10 violet crystals to be fully healed. Nan Shuang dragged Yang Yi over to the scarred woman when she saw him nod, and she said, Big Sister Kanglin, he can heal. His profound energy is special, and it can heal. The scarred woman and the others immediately stopped moving. She glanced at Nan Shuang's waist, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Your profound energy can heal? Yang Yi nodded. He couldn't hide it and didn't want to hide it, because they wouldn't have a reason to kill him if he was valuable. All of the others were delighted when they saw Yang Yi nod. As for the scarred woman, she fell silent instead. Nan Shuang said, Big Sister Kanglin, stop hesitating. Quickly allow him to heal your injuries. Otherwise, it won't just affect your strength. Your injuries might worsen and cause irreparable harm. The scarred woman stopped hesitating. She grabbed Yang Yi and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be brought to an opening, and there was no one in the vicinity. Kanglin looked Yang Yi in the eyes and asked, You're injured yourself. Why don't you heal yourself? Yang Yi told the truth. I don't have energy stones. Kanglin stared at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she flicked 10 extreme-grade energy stones to Yang Yi. Yang Yi just took them and swallowed them. A short while passed before he gazed at her. We can begin now. However, Kanglin fell silent instead. Over a dozen breaths of time passed before she stopped hesitating, and she removed the silver armor on her upper body and revealed her twin hills before Yang Yi. There was no embarrassment on her face, and she just gazed emotionlessly at him. It wasn't Yang Yi's first time, so he was naturally not bewitched by the scene before his eyes. His gaze descended onto her chest, and he noticed that a vertical injury from a saber resided at the center of her chest. It was over 20 centimeters long. Yang Yi frowned when he saw the injury. A short while passed before he shook his head. I can't heal that, Kanglin said, then die. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. My profound energy isn't enough. That injury of yours wasn't caused by an ordinary expert. You'll need at least 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones to heal that. Kanglin flicked 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He walked over to Kanglin and was about to start, but he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at her. I'm healing your injuries and not taking advantage of you. You should understand that, right? Kanglin said, What are you trying to say? You wouldn't use the fact that I've seen your body or touched it as an excuse to kill me, right? Yang Yi felt that he had to set things straight because he really couldn't afford to fight her now. Kanglin gazed at him for a short while and said, I won't kill you. Yang Yi nodded. He stopped hesitating and placed his hand on her chest before the violet energy within him flowed out. Actually, her injuries weren't severe. There was no need for primordial violet energy, and just ordinary violet energy was sufficient. Of course, it wasn't severe for Yang Yi's violet energy. But if she was made to recover herself, then it would probably take at least a month to recover. As for those 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones, there was actually no need for so many, and just a few dozen would have been sufficient. The reason Head asked for so many was to earn some energy stones, of course. Even though they couldn't fully heal the injuries Head sustained, every bit counted. In just around 10 minutes, Yang Yi withdrew his hand after he absorbed the energy within all those energy stones. After that, he slumped down weakly to the ground as if he was completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Kanglin suddenly bent down and grabbed Yang Yi's collar. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he spoke with terror in his voice. What are you doing? You said that you wouldn't kill me. Kanglin hadn't noticed that Yang Yi's right hand, which he hid behind his back, had its index and middle fingers pressed together, and there were threads of cold light flickering on them. I won't kill you. But you've seen something that you shouldn't have. So, it'll help you dig out those eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers curved as they shot towards Yang Yi's eyes. Suddenly, a scream resounded. Chapter 1160. Chapter 1160 actually, am doing it for her own good. It wasn't Yang Yi who'd screamed. It was Nan Shuang who'd suddenly appeared not too far away from them. Her eyes were opened wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yang Yi and Kanglin. At this moment, they were in quite an intimate state. Kanglin's upper body was completely bare while her figure was bent down as she held Yang Ye's throat. It simply seemed like she was about to press her body down on Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Ye's left was suddenly pressed against Kanglin's chest. From Nan Shuang's point of view, it seemed like Yang Yi was touching Kanglin's chest. Because of Nan Shuang's scream, Kanglin's fingers had stopped less than half an inch away from Yang Ye's eyes. Meanwhile, the other women had rushed over after hearing Nan Shuang scream, and all of them were stunned and revealed strange expressions when they saw the state that Yang Yi and Kanglin were in. Nan Shuang hesitated for a moment and spoke softly, "Big Sister Kanglin, it isn't the right time for that." The others hurriedly nodded and displayed their agreement. Kanglin withdrew her fingers and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face was pale while terror filled his eyes, and his body was even shivering slightly. How useless! As soon as she finished speaking, Kanglin stood up, wore her clothes and said, "Let's go." Her figure vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Kanglin, who'd vanished towards the distance, and the cold light on his left hand had instantly vanished. Earlier, he'd expected that she might not spare him when he was healing her. So, he hadn't used the extra profound energy to heal himself, and he'd stored it instead. That profound energy was sufficient for him to release a strand of sword energy. Since they were so close to each other just now, he had 60% confidence that his sword energy would be able to kill her. Even if it couldn't, he had another backup move, and it was the decay loss. Yang Yi hadn't placed his left hand against her chest because he wanted to take advantage of her before dying. If Nan Shuang hadn't arrived just now, then his sword energy and decay laws would have hit Kanglin. Of course, he would be finished even if Kanglin died, because the profound energy within him was only sufficient for that one attack. Moreover, because his body and meridians were damaged, forcefully utilizing the decay laws and sword energy would definitely cause his injuries to worsen. At that time, he could only wait for death to arrive when facing Nan Shuang and the others. Fortunately, Nan Shuang had arrived. The others glanced at Yang Yi and then hurriedly followed after Kanglin. Nan Shuang walked over to Yang Ye's side. She didn't say anything and just grabbed Yang Yi before following the group. Yang Yi looked at Nan Shuang as they traveled. "You came just to save me?" Nan Shuang and the others were no fools. If they hadn't been able to discern that Kanglin had intended to act against Yang Yi, then they would really be fools. Nan Shuang spoke indifferently, "You don't blame me for spoiling it for you, right?" Yang Yi grinned and said, "Thank you." Even though she was taking care of him because he looked like someone, it wasn't important to him. The important thing was that he would remember this kindness. Nan Shuang didn't say anything. Yang Yi looked at Kanglin, who was up ahead, and said, "My ring is with her, right?" Nan Shuang suddenly gazed at Yang Yi when she heard him. "It's best if you don't speak about that. Otherwise, Big Sister Kanglin will definitely kill you. Let me tell you something. You can't imagine how many she has killed. In her opinion, besides those that are on her side, she shows no mercy to anyone else. If you want to live, then it's best if you forget it." Yang Yi nodded. He hadn't recovered yet, so he would naturally not seek death. Nan Shuang suddenly asked, "Around how many extreme-grade energy stones would you need to recover?" Yang Yi was delighted when he heard her and hastily replied, "I need around 10 violet crystals to recover fully. If the goal is just to recover a little, then I'll need around—" "Stop!" Nan Shuang suddenly interrupted Yang Yi and said, "I was just asking. I don't have any other intentions." Yang Yi was speechless. It didn't take long for them to enter the mountain range. A woman by Kanglin's side was holding a white-colored jade disc that seemed like a compass, and it even had a white jade needle on it. Once Kanglin's group entered the mountain range, they traveled according to the guidance of the needle. Meanwhile, the woman by Kanglin's side suddenly said, "Big Sister Kanglin, the energy detector is reacting." The others looked over and saw the jade needle on the disc was shaking incessantly while pointing at a certain direction. All of them were delighted, and even Kanglin revealed a slight smile. However, Yang Yi frowned. "Let's go. Speed up." Kanglin led the charge once she finished speaking. The others hurriedly followed after her. Nan Shuang grabbed Yang Yi and was about to follow them as well. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "It's dangerous." Because he didn't have any profound energy, his divine sense couldn't sweep out from within him. But he still had his instinct towards danger, and it told him that there was danger ahead. Since it felt dangerous to him, it was definitely not ordinary danger. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when Kanglin suddenly flashed over to Yang Yi. "Danger? You said it's dangerous? How did you know that?" The others stopped and looked at Yang Yi as well. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. She was actually eavesdropping on us. Yang Yi glanced at Kanglin, and there was terror in his eyes as he moved behind Nan Shuang. The other women instantly shook their heads at the sight of this. He really is useless. No wonder he's only a half-saint. Kanglin's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Nanshan quickly pulled Yang Yi to her side and said, "Quickly tell me why you said that it's dangerous." Yang Yi glanced at Nan Shuang and spoke softly, "My intuition. Because I'm very cowardly, I'm able to sense any danger I face. I sense danger ahead, so it's best if we don't head over there." He could only explain it like that. Of course, he knew that they would definitely not believe him. Sure enough, they immediately shook their heads upon hearing him. As for Kanglin, she glanced at him before shooting off towards the distance. The woman called Gulan glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said to Nanshuang, "Nanshuang, even if you want to find a replacement, you should find a better one. This fellow is absolutely useless. If you are to encounter that fiancé of yours, Lin Xing, in the future, then you'll probably be ridiculed to no end." As soon as she finished speaking, Gulan turned around and left before Nan Shuang could say anything. Nan Shuang didn't say anything, and she just grabbed Yang Yi and continued forward. Meanwhile, her voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Why do you act like such a weakling in front of big sister Kanglin? Even though you're quite weak, you aren't that weak." She spoke via voice transmission. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "Actually, I did that for her own good." Chapter 11, 61. Nan Shuang was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly and didn't explain. Kanglin was clearly a ruthless and decisive person. Such a person would definitely not allow the existence of anything which could be a threat to her. If he seemed too composed or extraordinary, then she would definitely kill him to put an end to any future troubles. The reason he said that he was doing it for her own good was naturally because he would fight desperately if she attacked him. If it was a while before, then he would definitely be unable to fight back. Yet now, there was enough profound energy within him to execute a single ray of sword energy. That sword energy was sufficient to kill Kanglin at the critical moment. When she saw him remain silent, Nan Shuang glanced at Yang Yi before speeding up. It didn't take long for their group to arrive at a gorge that was surrounded by mountains from the other three directions. "We're here." Meanwhile, the woman with the energy detector had stopped moving, and she spoke with excitement as she gazed at the disc in her grasp that was flickering with light. "Big Sister Kanglin. Since the glow on the energy detector is so bright, it's definitely a mid-grade spirit vein." The others were similarly excited when they heard her. After all, if the spirit energy within a mid-grade spirit vein was completely absorbed, it could be transformed into at least 100+ violet crystals. If all of those violet crystals were distributed amongst themselves, then every one of them would gain at least 10. Those 10 would be almost sufficient for them to charge into the quasi-emperor realm. Nan Shuang was excited as well. A mid-grade spirit veins. A mid-grade spirit vein. I have a chance to become a quasi-emperor. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her backwards. Nan Shuang frowned and turned around to gaze angrily at him. "What are you doing?" She even struggled free of his grasp while she spoke. Meanwhile, Kanglin's expression suddenly changed. "Watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, almost 100 beams of energy suddenly erupted from the mountains in the surroundings, and they instantly arrived before Kanglin and the others. Nan Shuang and the others' expressions instantly changed drastically at the sight of this. They didn't dare to preserve their profound energy and acted in unison to defend against the beams of energy which covered the sky. Those beams of energy weren't very strong, so it didn't take long for them to be destroyed. "Retreat." Kanglin didn't hesitate to order a retreat, and she was about to lead them out of the gorge. At this moment, Even a fool would be able to realize that it was a trap. Retreat? Retreat where? Meanwhile, roaring laughter resounded from the only path to exit the gorge, and then around 30 figures appeared within their fields of vision. Kanglin and the others' expressions instantly became unsightly, because the weakest amongst that group of 30 was a saint, and the bald middle-aged man who led the group was a quasi-emperor. One quasi-emperor and around 30 saints. Boss, I never expected that we would have hooked big fish this time. 13 saints. TSK, TSK. How much spirit energy would we gain from that? Moreover, all of them are women. Ha ha ha. Boss, can we keep them alive for now so that we brothers can have some fun? A man with a hideous face was sizing up Kanglin and the others incessantly while smiling lustfully. The other men instantly started laughing when they heard him, and some had even started to act lustfully as they stared at Kanglin's group. The middle-aged man who led the group looked at Kanglin and said, "You're the Black Phoenix, Mu Kanglin, right?" The smiles on the others' faces instantly became much fainter when they heard the middle-aged man, and their gazes descended on Kanglin. Kanglin's gaze stopped on the middle-aged man's neck for a moment. There was a ferocious wolf tattooed there. She pondered deeply for a moment and said, "The wolf soul mercs?" Nan Shuang and the others' expressions turned quite unsightly when they heard Kanglin. The middle-aged man grinned. "Black Phoenix, Yuan Feng, like to get straight to the point. Your Phoenix mercs aren't bad. If you're willing to join my wolf soul mercs and marry me, then we'll be a family from now on. If you refuse, then you should know what awaits you." Mu Kanglin's wrist shook slightly before a dagger appeared in her grasp. "You have to defeat me if you want to be my man." Interesting. A smile curled up on the corners of Yuan Feng's mouth, and then his figure shot towards Mu Kanglin. Mu Kanglin refused to display any weakness, and her dagger flickered with a cold glow as it shot towards Yuan Feng. In next to no time, both of them were locked in combat. Yang Yi noticed that both of them hadn't entered a pocket of space. Moreover, the space around them was extremely strong. Even a battle between an expert at the quasi-emperor realm and an expert comparable to a quasi-emperor couldn't damage the space here. It really does deserve to be a medium world. Yang Yi nodded in his heart. He felt that only an emperor could shatter the space in this world. Hey! Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, I won't be able to take care of you later. So act according to the situation." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He glanced at the other women, and he instantly came to an understanding when he noticed that they were emanating faint fluctuations of profound energy. They had no intention of surrendering. After all, Mu Kanglin was clearly a proud person, so how could she be willing to become another's subordinate? Moreover, it was even in such a humiliating way, like getting married to the other person. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and nodded. "It's fine. They'll just surrender if worse comes to worse. I think that they probably won't kill me." Nan Shuang glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Dagger nature. Meanwhile, Mu Kanglin's voice resounded, and then countless dagger images appeared in the sky. They instantly formed a cage that trapped Yuan Feng in the sky. "Leave!" Mu Kanglin shouted furiously as her figure charged into the group of experts belonging to the Wolf Soul Mercs, and her dagger flashed incessantly. At the moment Mu Kanglin gave the order, Nan Shuang and the others didn't hesitate to flip their palms, and a talisman appeared there. Yang Yi recognized those talismans as divine-grade Strider talismans. All of them slapped the talismans on their bodies, and then they transformed into rays of light that shot towards the sky. Once she saw them flee, Mu Kanglin didn't continue engaging them in battle, and she vanished into the sky. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, Nan Shuang returned to his side. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her, and he was just about to speak when she grabbed him by the shoulder and shot up into the sky. Bang! Meanwhile, the dagger images which trapped Yuan Feng had dispersed, and a figure obstructed Yang Yi and Nan Shuang's path. It was Yuan Feng. At this moment, Yuan Feng and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Especially Yuan Feng. He hadn't expected that Mu Kanglin would actually trick him. He turned around and glanced at the side. There were 4 corpses there. All of them were Mu Kanglin's doing. Yuan Feng looked up at the sky, and there was no sign of Mu Kanglin and the others anymore. Yuan Feng's expression grew even gloomier. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched Yang Ye's waist. She twisted forcefully as she said, "It's all your fault. It was all because of you. Now I'm going to die. I shouldn't have come to save you if this would happen. I don't want to die. I want to become a quasi-emperor. I want to take revenge on that fellow." As she finished, she actually sounded like she was about to cry. Yang Yi was speechless. Yuan Feng glanced coldly at Nan Shuang and said, "Didn't all of you want to have fun? All of you can have fun now." The others behind Yuan Feng immediately gazed at Nan Shuang and started laughing coldly. After that, they charged at Nan Shuang. Nan Shuang's expression changed, and there was unwillingness and resolve in her eyes. "Wait." Suddenly, Yang Yi pulled Nan Shuang behind him, and he glanced at Yuan Feng's group before he took a deep breath. "Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore." Yuan Feng and the others immediately looked at Yang Yi. Chapter 1162. Chapter 1162 will show you right now. Yang Ye's face was calm. He kept his left hand behind his back as he gazed calmly at Yuan Feng's group. Actually, his gaze should be described as indifference. It was like Yuan Feng and the others were ants. Nan Shuang was staring fixedly at Yang Yi from behind him, and she was slightly stunned. "Kill him." Meanwhile, Yuan Feng spoke abruptly. He naturally wouldn't allow himself to be scared by a half-saint. The experts from Wolf Soul Mercs that were charging earlier didn't hesitate to charge once more at Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and an intense sword appeared in his grasp. Everyone here was stunned at the sight of it, and those experts who were charging at Yang Yi had stopped again. It was void rank sword intent. They weren't ordinary people, so they naturally discerned that the sword in Yang Ye's grasp had been formed with sword intent, and it was even void rank sword intent. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang's eyes grew even wider. Obviously, she hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed void rank sword intent. Yuan Feng gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "Void rank sword intent. I see that I misjudged you, but you're only a half-saint, so I'm really quite curious about how you'll stop keeping a low profile. If you intend to use your identity to scare us, then I advise you not to waste your breath. You'll have to die even if you're a disciple of the World Devastator cult." As far as Yuan Feng was concerned, Yang Yi was definitely not an ordinary person as he'd been able to comprehend void rank sword intent while at the half-saint realm. However, it made his desire to kill Yang Yi grow stronger instead. If one offended someone from a power which one couldn't afford to offend, then it was best to annihilate that person and put an end to all future problems if one's strength allowed it. Because if one didn't do that, it would truly cause one to face endless future troubles. It was even to the extent of causing one to face absolute calamity. However, he still had some fears because people with extraordinary backgrounds definitely had trump cards. So, Yuan Feng had decided to let Yang Yi attack first and avoid being caught off guard. Even thought he was a quasi-emperor, he always sought to act as carefully as possible, because caution was the reason that he'd been able to survive until now. Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others, and then his gaze descended onto Yuan Feng. "I'll kill you with a swing of my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Feng and the others roared with laughter, and their laughter was filled with ridicule. Nan Shuang shook her head as well, and she took 2 steps away from him and acted like she didn't know him. A half-saint killing a quasi-emperor. It wasn't unprecedented, but those capable of accomplishing that were the best peerless geniuses of a world. Nan Shuang glanced at Yang Yi. Was Yang Yi a peerless genius? Of course not. If he was, then how could he be just a half-saint? After all, while she was many years younger to him, she was a high-ranked saint. But Yang Yi was just a half-saint. During this period she'd been with Yang Yi, she knew that Yang Yi was quite fond of bragging, but she hadn't expected him to be so good at it. Yuan Feng first felt slightly stunned when he heard Yang Yi, and then he chuckled. "I'm really very curious. I'm very curious about how you'll kill me with a single swing of your sword. Come, let me see how you do it." With Yuan Feng's discerning ability, he was naturally able to discern that Yang Yi was injured, and they were quite heavy injuries as well. Yet an injured half-saint had spoken about killing him with a single swing of the sword. Yang Yi spoke furiously. You don't believe me? I do. I believe you. Come, I'll give you a chance. Let me see how you kill me. Yuan Feng chuckled while he looked down on Yang Yi a little more. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was one of those disciples who had no experience. Perhaps the power which stood behind him was quite strong, but Yang Yi himself was incompetent. I'll show you right now. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a circle of light appeared beneath him, and it was slowly moving up and enveloping him. Yuan Feng and the others' expressions immediately changed at the sight of it. Because it was at emperor rank technique at the very least, Yuan Feng didn't dare act carelessly at all. He waved his hand and numerous profound energy barriers appeared around him. At the same time, he slowly clenched his fists while a cold glow flickered on them. A breath of time passed. 2 breaths. When the 3rd breath of time passed, Yang Yi suddenly roared with fury. Yuan Feng and the others' eyelids twitched. But right when they thought that Yang Yi was about to launch the attack, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and wrapped his arms tightly around Nan Shuang. Flash! As soon as his voice resounded, they instantly transformed into a ray of light that entered the area of space in front of them. They were gone. Yuan Feng and the others were stunned, and it took them a short while to recover from their shock. Shameless bastard! Yuan Feng roared with fury, and his voice rumbled through the gorge. Because he'd actually been tricked. He'd been tricked again. Moreover, he'd been tricked by a half-saint. Since the very beginning, Yang Yi had never intended to fight him, and the only reason Yang Yi had done so was to buy time to execute the Void Flash Sword technique and escape. But Yuan Feng had actually acted like a fool and given Yang Yi time to execute the technique. Actually, besides rage, he felt a trace of shock as well, because Yang Yi had instantly escaped the scope of his divine sense. His divine sense could cover an area of 50,000 kilometers. Boss, what should we do now? One of the experts by Yuan Feng's side spoke in a low voice. Yuan Feng pondered deeply for a short while before he spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. Find them. He wasn't able to swallow this humiliation. Deep within a forest, Yang Yi was lying on the ground while Nan Shuang laid in his arms. Over a dozen trees around them had been blasted apart. A moment of silence ensued before Nan Shuang suddenly opened her eyes, and then she pushed against Yang Ye's body to swiftly push herself up. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gasped, and then a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Nan Shuang lowered her head, and she instantly gasped when she saw Yang Yi. The blood on the corner of Yang Ye's mouth wasn't the most shocking. The most shocking was the blood on him. At this moment, his clothes were dyed completely red with blood. Nan Shuang's gaze descended onto Yang Ye's bare chest, and she noticed that it had cracked apart while blood was seeping out from the cracks. It was absolutely horrifying. Nan Shuang was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly withdrew over a dozen blue herbs and placed them near Yang Ye's mouth. Eat them. Yang Yi glanced at the herbs and shook his head. They are useless to me. As he spoke, he gazed at Nan Shuang's spatial ring because there were energy stones in there. She noticed his gaze and quickly pulled her hand away. After that, she glanced at him and spoke softly. These are mine. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and then he withdrew his gaze and sighed softly in his heart. He wasn't sighing because she was stingy. He was sighing because he was so unfortunate. His injuries were already bad, and now they'd worsened from executing the Void Flash technique. If he were to encounter danger now, then he could only wait for death to arrive. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly asked in a soft voice, Around how many extreme-grade energy stones do you need to recuperate? 10. Yang Yi was about to say 10 violet crystals. But when he thought about how precious they were and her attitude towards them, he hurriedly changed what he was about to say. Give me. No, lend me 3 violet crystals. Even though just 3 couldn't fully heal his injuries, they could restore around 30% of his strength. 3 violet crystals. Nan Shuang's eyes opened wide, and she gazed at him and said, Why don't you just eat these herbs? I have a lot of herbs. Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. Just leave. Those fellows might not let us go. and they might send their forces to search for us. Nan Shuang spoke softly. Then what about you? Yang Yi replied, this place is cooling. I'll just lay here for a while before leaving. Nan Shuang hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'm really leaving, okay? Yang Yi answered, go on. She glanced at him, turned around, and left. Chapter 11:63. Yang Yi closed his eyes. He didn't blame Nan Shuang for leaving, nor did he have the right to blame her. She didn't know him anything. Conversely, Shed even helped him on numerous occasions. As he sensed the scarce spirit energy in the surroundings, Yang Yi couldn't help but curse the gods. After all, with such scarce spirit energy, he would probably have to lie here for quite a few months to possibly regain the ability to move. This really is a damnable place. Yang Yi sighed in his heart. Because not only was there no spirit energy here, there was no stellar energy as well. What did that old geezer do to this world? Even stellar energy has actually been isolated from this world. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and a pair of watery eyes appeared before him. The owner of these eyes was Nan Shuang. Yang Yi asked, why have you returned? Nan Shuang clenched her fists, and she was visibly struggling as if she was making a very important decision. A short while passed before she took a deep breath, and then she flipped her palm and withdrew a violet crystal. She moved it close to Yang Yi's mouth and said, eat it. Yang Yi glanced at her and she said, quickly eat it before I change my mind. Yang Yi stopped hesitating and hurriedly swallowed the violet crystal. As soon as it entered him, it transformed into countless strands of spirit energy that was absorbed by the tiny vortex. After that, threads of primordial violet energy emerged from the tiny vortex and started to repair Yang Yi's damaged meridians and internal organs. In next to no time, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Nan Shuang. Nan Shuang spoke weakly, is it not enough? Yang Yi nodded lightly. Nan Shuang took a deep breath before withdrawing another violet crystal and bringing it close to Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi didn't hold back and swallowed it immediately. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi opened his eyes again and gazed at her. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw that she seemed to be on the verge of tears, and he was about to say that it was enough. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly withdrew another violet crystal and stuffed it in Yang Yi's grasp. After that, she sat at the side, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her head in her thighs. Yang Yi sighed softly. He stood up and walked over to her before speaking softly. I owe you for that. Once I get rich, they'll repay you tenfold. No, 100-fold. All right? Nan Shuang didn't say anything. Yang Yi was about to speak when a ray of light shot over from afar, and it didn't take long for two women to appear in front of them. It was none other than Mu Kanglin and Gu Lan. Mu Kanglin and Gu Lan visibly relaxed when they saw that Nan Shuang was fine. Suddenly, Mu Kanglin's gaze descended onto the violet crystal in Yang Yi's grasp, and her face instantly fell. She waved her right hand, and the spatial ring on Nan Shuang's hand instantly flew into her grasp. Her spiritual energy swept through it, and a ferocious expression instantly appeared on her face when she noticed that it was empty. After that, her figure flashed while she swung her dagger at Yang Yi. What now? Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He pressed his right index and middle finger together, and a ray of light flickered on the tip of his fingers. Suddenly, Nan Shuang appeared in front of him, and it made Mu Kanglin stop right away. Nan Shuang spoke softly, Big Sister Kanglin. It was I who gave them to him. It has nothing to do with him. Mu Kanglin said, move aside. Nan Shuang shook her head slightly. Big Sister Kanglin, those were my own violet crystals. So, let me deal with it on my own, all right? Mu Kanglin's voice became fierce. I told you to move aside. Nan Shuang's delicate figure trembled slightly when she noticed that Kanglin was angry. Obviously, Nan Shuang was quite afraid of Mu Kanglin when she was angry. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pulled Nan Shuang to his side, and he gazed at Mu Kanglin and said, 3 violet crystals. I just borrowed 3 violet crystals from her. Do you really have to act like this? Yang Yi felt extremely annoyed. After all, he once had tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands. 3 violet crystals. Meanwhile, Gulan suddenly spoke angrily. Do you know how long Nanshuang saved to obtain them? Do you know how much she sacrificed to obtain them? 3 years. A whole 3 years of time. She obtained them from saving for 3 whole years. She hadn't even been willing to buy a good weapon or armor in the last 3 years. Even if she suffered injuries, she would just use the most ordinary blue spirit herbs to heal her injuries, and she refused to buy good healing talismans. Yet you actually tricked her into giving you her violet crystals. You should be struck by lightning. Yang Yi was speechless. Gulan continued, Nanshuang, you really are quite a fool. Move aside right now and let us kill him. Nanshuang shook her head slightly. He didn't trick me. I gave it to him out of my own free will. Gulan, big sister Kanglin, it's my own private affairs, so let me deal with it myself, all right? Deal with it my ass. Gulan was furious. You're a fool. You're a huge fool. He clearly doesn't look like a good person. Did he tell you that he isn't asking for them and is borrowing them from you? Moreover, he said that he would return more to you, right? Yang Yi was speechless. Nanshuang looked at Gulan and spoke with slight surprise. How did you know? There's no saving you. Gulan glanced at Nanshuang with exasperation. You actually believed such a stupid lie. Should I call you naive? Or should I call you an idiot? Move aside and let me kill him. Gulan was about to attack at this point. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. Watch out. Meanwhile, 3 black arrows suddenly shot out from the space in front of them. Mu Kanglin and Gu Lan's expressions instantly changed drastically, and they swiftly drew their daggers and swung them. Bang! Bang! Mu Kanglin and Gu Lan were pushed around 300 m back before they finally stopped themselves. As for Yang Yi, had grabbed Nanshuang and taken a step to the side at the instant those 3 arrows emerged from the space before them. So, one of the arrows merely grazed him. Meanwhile, a woman holding a longbow had appeared before them. At the same time, a few hundred people appeared around them, and all of them were actually saints. Most importantly, there were a few cages by the side of the woman with a longbow, and all of them had members of the Phoenix Mercs in them. Mu Kanglin's face fell. The Soul Eater Mercs. Yang Yi spoke softly by Nanshuang's side. Let's go. As he spoke, he took Nanshuang in his arms and was about to flee with the Void Flash Sword technique. Had recovered a little, so he just needed a breath of time to execute the Void Flash Sword technique now. Nanshuang said, Take Big Sister Kanglin and Gulan with us. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I can only bring a single person with me. He wasn't lying. His current strength was only sufficient to take a single person along. If he tried to take 2, then it was very likely that all of them died within the chaotic flow of space. Nanshuang said, Then I'm not leaving. Suddenly, the woman with a longbow withdrew an arrow and knocked it before aiming it at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw that, and he hurriedly raised his hands. I surrender. Chapter 1164. Chapter 1164. You want to take advantage of me? Surrender? Everyone here was stunned. Even the woman with the longbow was stunned, and she gazed at him for a short while before lowering the longbow away. Coward! Gu Lan glared fiercely at Yang Yi. Mu Kanglin just glanced at Yang Yi before withdrawing her gaze. As for Nanshuang, she took 2 steps to the side and acted as if she didn't know him. After all, surrendering was humiliating, especially when it was a man who surrendered. It made it even more humiliating. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her lower longbow away. She was a quasi-emperor, so suffering an arrow of hers would probably cause his body's injuries to return to their previous state. At this moment, he had no violet crystals to repair his body. He'd finally been able to recover a little with great difficulty, and he didn't want to be crippled again. As for what Gulan said, he didn't care about it at all. However, he didn't feel slightly aggrieved. After all, he'd been suffering since he arrived at this place. Yang Yi looked up at the woman. She had a very tall and slender figure that was even taller than his own, and she wore a tight-fitting green dress and held a dark green bow in her hand. As for her appearance, it wasn't very beautiful, but she had a heroic bearing. Yang Ye's gaze moved to the left and descended onto the old man on the woman's right. The old man was a quasi-emperor as well. Two quasi-emperors. The woman's gaze descended onto Mu Kanglin, and she said, "The Black Phoenix. I've heard of you. You possess quite the reputation around Doomsday City. How should we deal with the enmity between your Phoenix mercs and my Soul Eater mercs?" Mu Kanglin said, "Be frank. Why waste your breath?" "All right." The woman with the longbow continued, "Your Phoenix mercs aren't bad at all. Yi Lu Yun, like them. Bring your people and join me. We'll share weal and woe." Mu Kanglin asked, "What if I refuse?" Yi Lu Yun replied with indifference, "All of you will die." Mu Kanglin fell silent. Yi Lu Yun fell silent as well. But Yang Yi noticed that her gaze was actually descending on him from time to time. This discovery caused Yang Yi to be shocked, and he knew that it was definitely because he'd been able to take Nan Shuang with him and dodge her arrow. But fortunately, Yi Lu Yun wasn't as ruthless as Mu Kanglin was, so she was probably just curious and didn't hold much ill intent towards him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lowered her bow just now. Mu Kanglin remained silent for a long time before she gazed at the cages by Yi Liu Yun's side. All of them had members of the Phoenix mercs within them. Even though they were all imprisoned, they weren't injured. A short while passed, and then Mu Kanglin looked up at Yi Lu Yun and said, "From this moment onwards, Phoenix mercs cease to exist." Yi Lu Yun revealed a slight smile. "From today onwards, Mu Kanglin is my Soul Eater mercs vice leader. Quickly greet your new vice leader." Vice leader. Countless members of the Soul Eater mercs bowed slightly to Mu Kanglin. Yi Lu Yun continued, "Black Phoenix, you only obey my commands and my Soul Eater mercs. As for those who belong to your Phoenix mercs in the past, they will still be your subordinates, and you'll manage them yourself." Mu Kanglin walked over to Yi Lu Yun and was about to take a knee, but Yi Lu Yun stopped her. "There's no need for all that. We're sisters from now onwards." Mu Kanglin glanced at Yi Lu Yun, and then she nodded lightly before standing by Yi Liu Yun's side. Yi Lu Yun waved her hand slightly, and then the captive members of the Phoenix mercs were immediately released. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. It's great that they resolved it peacefully. After all, if they really fought, then he would definitely have to take Nan Shuang and flee. But once he executed the Void Flash Sword technique, his injuries would definitely return to what they were earlier. Fortunately, the situation had developed in a good direction. Yang Yi glanced at the people here and was about to sneak off. Even though it was quite dangerous around here, staying here was even more dangerous. Mu Kanglin and Gu Lan had killing him on their minds at all times. Now that he'd recovered slightly, he had at least 20% of his former combat strength. Coupled with his ability to sense danger, his life would probably not be in danger if he was careful after he left. As for the ring that lady gave him, he couldn't take it back with his current strength. So, the best solution was to first think about recovering his strength before coming to look for Mu Kanglin. In any case, he'd left his spiritual brand on it, so he could sense it no matter who had it. The members of the Soul Eater mercs paid no attention to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just a half-saint, and he was too weak to arouse their interest. Yang Yi walked slowly until he arrived at the back of the group, but the expression on his face suddenly changed when he was about to flee. After that, a figure flashed, and Mu Kanglin appeared in front of him. Mu Kanglin said, "Where are you going?" "She has me in her sights." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. "I want to flee." She was very smart, so it was impossible to deceive her. Thus, it was better to just tell the truth. Mu Kanglin didn't say anything, and she just stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi lowered his head slightly and didn't meet her gaze. However, his right hand, which he hid behind his back, had been slowly clenched into a fist. Suddenly, Yi Lu Yun walked over. "Kanglin, what's wrong?" Mu Kanglin withdrew her gaze and said, "I'm just dealing with a trivial matter." Meanwhile, Nan Shuang and Gu Lan walked over as well. Nan Shuang's expression changed slightly when she saw Mu Kanglin standing in front of Yang Yi, and she hurriedly walked over to Yang Ye's side before speaking softly, "Big Sister Kanglin, he really didn't deceive me. It was I who wanted to lend it to him." Mu Kanglin glanced at Nan Shuang and shook her head. "I won't interfere in it anymore." After that, she gazed at Yi Lu Yun and asked, "Leader, do you need something?" "Just call me Lu Yun." Yi Luyun grinned. I received news that ruins have been noticed in a mountain range around 50,000 kilometers away from here. It's very likely to be a sect that was destroyed when Dark Hell Continent was facing destruction. I just don't know what rank that power was. However, no matter what rank it was, I think that we should go have a look. Mu Kanglin pondered deeply for a short moment and said, Is the information reliable? Yi Luyun nodded. Mu Kanglin said, We really should have a look. However, countless mercs would usually swarm every ruin that appears. It's even to the extent that the experts of the 3 cities, 2 sects, and 1 cult might be there as well. Our strength? The experts of the 6 great powers probably feel that the ruins are beneath them, unless it's the ruins of a diamond rank power. However, it probably doesn't belong to a diamond rank power. Otherwise, it would have been occupied by the experts of the 6 great powers by now. Yi Luyun continued, Of course, even if it isn't, it's still extremely dangerous. But I think that we should give it a try. What do you think? Mu Kanglin said, Actually, you can just make the decisions on your own. Yi Luyun smiled, You're the vice leader, so I naturally have to discuss it with you. Kanglin, we're both women. It isn't easy for us women to survive in this sick world. So, I've never considered you to be a subordinate, and I've taken you to be my sister instead. I hope that you can put down the grudges in your heart and work together with me, so that we'll be able to have a higher chance to survive in this world. Mu Kanglin pondered deeply for a long time and said, I will. Yi Luyun smiled, and then she looked up at the sky. Night has arrived. Let's rest tonight and set out in the morning. Yi Luyun turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyun. She's either a really evil or really kind person. Kind people were definitely unable to survive in this world. But he had to admit that she was very capable. At the very least, Nan Shuang and the others seemed to have a very good impression of her, and even Mu Kanglin's attitude towards her had changed. Mu Kanglin glanced at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. Gu Lan glared fiercely at Yang Yi before doing the same. Nan Shuang asked, Do you want to flee? Yang Yi nodded. Your big sister Kanglin is thinking about killing me at all times. So I have to flee. Nan Shuang said, She's actually quite a nice person. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. That only applies to all of you. Just see how she acts towards me. She wants to kill me at all times. As he spoke, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a violet crystal appeared on his palm. It was the same violet crystal that Nan Shuang had given him before this, but he hadn't consumed it. He passed it to her and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know that it was so difficult for you to obtain those violet crystals. Don't worry, I keep my promises. I'll give you an endless supply of violet crystals in the future. You're bragging again. Nan Shuang glanced at the violet crystal on Yang Ye's palm and said, Just use it. As she spoke, she walked over to a tree and sat below it. She rested her body against the tree, wrapped her arms around her knees, and looked up at the dark clouds which covered the sky. Even though moonlight couldn't pass through the clouds, there was faint moonlight here. It was moonlight that the Soul Eater mercs had created via moonlight stones. Yang Yi walked over and sat down by Nan Shuang's side. Are you so nice to me because I look alike to that fellow, Lin Xing? Nan Shuang didn't speak. She just gazed at the dark clouds with there was a slightly blank expression in her eyes. Yang Yi asked, Can you tell me about him? Nan Shuang turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and she looked at him for a short while before she spoke softly. He was my fiancé. We were betrothed, but his natural talent suddenly awakened within him, and he possessed an innate physique that was 1 in a million. After that, the vice sect master of one of the 3 sects, the Dark Sky sect, took a liking to him. Have you heard about the Dark Sky sect? It's very powerful. Our Dark Hell continent has 2 sects and 3 cities, and Dark Sky sect is one of those sections. It's a diamond rank power. The Dark Sky sect has a divine grade spirit vein. Moreover, there are no more than 10 divine grade spirit veins throughout the continent. Yang Yi asked, What happened after that? Nan Shuang lowered her head slightly, and she remained silent for a long time before speaking again. After that, he said that I'm not worthy of him and divorced me. Nan Shuang suddenly gazed at Yang Yi at this point, and then she continued, Actually, that innate physique of his is nothing special, right? Yang Yi nodded. It's nothing special indeed. Nan Shuang seemed to feel slightly better when she got Yang Ye's answer, and she continued. I heard that he still hasn't attained the quasi-emperor realm. Humph. I'm going to attain the quasi-emperor realm before him. I'll make him realize that I wasn't the one who was unworthy of him. He was the one who was unworthy of me. She suddenly sighed softly at this point, and there was a trace of helplessness and dejection in her eyes. But I need at least 5 or 6 violet crystals to attain the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, that's only if my luck is good. If my luck isn't good, then even 10 might not be enough. 10. I have to save up for 10 years to gather that many. 10 years. Alas. Yang Yi grinned, and then he stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Nan Shuang moved her head away, and then she glanced at Yang Yi with displeasure. You aren't really trying to console me. You actually want to take advantage of me. Gu Lan said that you're a pervert, and I should stay far away from you. Yang Yi was speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.